Yeah. Wow.
Now, this is part of the Waxahachie and Florida.
Ah,
I live right.
I just thought that was, well, I mean, I thought they were all kind of one and the same. Wow. Okay.
I just got here early, so I didn't get wet.
I
I was freezing. I'm sitting over here, like. I thought that was wet still. Great.
You know, if you need the pens, Paul.
Right?
Wow, you guys are really snarky tonight.
Hey, listen. You know, I am gonna be 51 next month, so.
Do we have a town attorney?
Here somewhere, Mel.
Okay, we need to get him out here so we can get started.
You did? You did. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's your birthday time?
Yesterday.
Do you want to tell us how old you are? You're same vintage.
That's it. Genetics, baby.
Well, happy belated. I was judging a horse show for mine this year.
I'd rather do that than.
You went through yesterday.
Thank you very
I
much.
know, you haven't judged a horse show.
This is true, but.
Yeah, you never judged horse.
Are we ready, guys?
Especially if you're side.
Are we ready? Are you ready, everybody?
Ready.
Okay. We're going to reconvene the September 3rd Loxahatchee Groves Town Council budget hearing. Hello? Okay, we are now ready to reconvene the September 3rd Loxahatchee Groves Town Council budget hearing. We were on item number 5 when we recessed last evening. So if you could read the resolution for item number 5, or do we need to do that even after we open the hearing, Mr. Attorney?
I think it makes sense to reread it since we've
Okay.
got a new day and
Okay.
new dawn, and we need to probably have a roll call.
Do,
And
okay, I was told just to reconvene the meeting, so,
Yeah. But let's acknowledge that we are almost all here.
okay. You want to do a roll call? Go ahead.
Councilmember Coleman,
Here.
Councilmember El Remy,
Here,
Councilmember McClendon,
Here.
Vice Mayor Herzog,
Vice Mayor Herzog called me at 5:51 and said she was at Lake Worth Road and 441 and would be here as soon as possible.
okay. Mayor Kane,
Present.
Town Manager Ramaya.
Here.
Town Attorney Kurtz,
Here.
Town Clerk Oaks, present. Public Works Director Gallant,
Present.
Community Standards Director Gardner Young, Chief Finance Officer Delana.
He is absent. He's got another meeting. I guess the first question is whether or not you want to wait for the vice mayor or begin without her.
But she did say she'd have to use the restroom when she got here because she's just driven a really long ways. So
Can't have all
I
that.
think we could start with the discussion and public comment, and she can, didn't you have to use the restroom? No?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you did already. Okay, great.
Do I look polite?
Well, you're quick. Okay, so we can definitely start with the discussion. Anybody have anything to say about item number 5? No lights on?
I do have a,
Why don't we read the resolution so that everybody in the audience is clear
What
that
I
what
thought.
we're talking about?
Okay.
consideration of approval on resolution number 2025-67, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, relating to the provision of residential solid waste collection services in the Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, approving the assessment rate for residential solid waste collection services for fiscal year 2025-2026, imposing a residential solid waste collection assessment against assessed property located within the Town of Loxahatchee Groves for the fiscal year beginning on October 1, 2025, approving the assessment roll and providing for collection of the assessments pursuant to the uniform method of collection, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
public hearing has been continued until this time, so it'd be appropriate to open that up for public hearing or discussion.
Okay, let's open the public hearing for discussion. Lisa has a question. Her light is on.
So I know that historically the town has subsidized this residential stream of pickup at I think it's been 450, then back to 4 and back to 450. But I also see that we have a solid waste franchise surplus revenue stream, right? Are we using that revenue stream to offset that?
We are, but it still is about what, $79,000 that
think
we're
it's-
subsidizing it by, I think?
My recollection is that the transfer was $106,000. If you look at page 50, I think it is, it's the page after 49. It doesn't have a number on it. On the budget summary where they outline the solid waste budget, you will see that transfers in to the solid waste budget of $106,648. That comes from the general fund. That is not the entirety of the franchise fee, but it is a good portion of it.
So the franchise fee covers this in entirety.
The franchise fee covers the $106,000.
So we're really not subsidizing this waste stream.
Well, it comes from the commercial.
What comes
That
from the
franchise.
franchise fees, right? So
This is only for residential.
But
I understand.
well,
No.
theoretically, the franchise fee is, the reason it's for commercial is to cover wear and tear on that money should be able to be used for wear and tear on the roads for,
It's an impact.
it's like an impact
Okay.
fee. So it's not being allowed to be used for that because it's being used to subsidize the
Got it.
residential
Okay.
garbage.
Thank you.
But you are correct. The amount does make it so it's,
Right. It's still
No-
part of solid waste. I
It's
just want to
still part of
understand it
solid
wasn't
waste,
coming from
but the
somewhere
purpose
else.
of the franchise fee is to cover road impact and it's not able to be used.
Like
for
we
that
all pay
because-
on our electric bills
Right,
and
correct,
everything else.
exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Just to pass through.
Yeah,
Okay.
just to pass through.
And the franchise fee is not limited to a particular use.
Correct.
And
Yeah.
that's why it can be used for anything.
It goes to the
General
general
fund,
fund.
yeah.
It goes to the general fund and then out of the general fund to your.
Right. But everybody who's using a coastal can, whether it's a person using it for manure waste or they have a lot of garbage at their farm, then using it for garbage and stuff like that. It's not just commercial.
Correct.
The franchise
The
fee?
franchise fee?
Yeah, like if you get a
No.
roll off dumpster,
It's the dumpster.
I
right?
understand. That's
No,
what I said.
yeah, no,
You
I'm-
can be
I'm-
using it at a nursery or at a horse.
Right.
farm. You're
That's
still
it.
paying a franchise fee. It's not just sitting at Publix.
Right, yeah, no, like my point
Right.
is, Lisa's not talking about just the rolling cannons. She's talking about no matter who gets the
The
commercial
dumpsters,
dumpster, they're paying.
Correct.
Yeah, because I'm paying. Right.
You know,
Because I'm a good guy, I'm a good resident, and I call Coastal to get my can, right? So, hey, what are you gonna do?
Is that your only question, Lisa?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions about this?
Jeff, the 450 doesn't need to be in this resolution, or am I overlooking that?
Um,
Thank you.
It's item C,
You see it?
right here. See page 48,
48.
letter C. It's not
Yeah,
really
but-
number
but it's not
5.
in the resolution.
It's number 6. That's not part of the resolution?
Stated
The resolution starts here, because remember, we moved 6 to 5.
If you look at 4C,
I think that's what I was just saying.
for the
Resolution, page 32.
The resolution.
No, we moved item 6 to item 5.
it,
So in your book, it's item 6.
it's item 6 on page 48. That's the solid
46.
waste. So if you look at page 48, and it is section 4C of the,
Okay, see ya. Sorry. Good. Cancel that.
I think it's section 4 too.
Good question. It's not in the title, but it is in the resolution.
right. Because you wouldn't want it in the title because then you'd have to amend the title.
Any more comments up here? No, okay, do we have any public comment on this item, Val?
Mr. Sood, did you want to make a comment?
I am reading this comment on behalf of my neighbor, Carpenters 3766 E Road. Thank you, Town Council, for hearing us and keeping the increase in taxes down. Greatly appreciated. I would like to state in my opinion, and these are carpenters, have been residents for many, many years. We have a spending problem. And until limits are placed on the spending, we will continue to battle the same conversation over and over again. Handing out raises above and beyond what the national numbers are, which are 3 to 5%, is baffling to me.
Point of order. This is on the wrong item. We're talking about the garbage select, the solid waste.
Yeah, but she's making a general statement.
But this
But
item number,
it's, we're talking about item,
this is solid waste. This isn't the budget.
Okay, can I finish? This is general statements.
It's off subject.
It's,
I mean,
Okay, I don't know if allowing the town manager who is requesting these increases is the wisest choice to make our
Point-
decision
point
for
of
the
order.
budget.
it's subject.
Someone who has made unwise decision already around our budget, we shouldn't allow that. Thank you.
Glad you like to go by rules. Thank you.
So just a question possibly, because you mentioned some of the larger farms have the.
you have to be, yeah.
You're welcome to come up if you're talking about solid waste, if you want to ask about solid waste, just fill out a card and then you can come up. Does anybody else have a public comment on solid waste? Okay, thank you. Anybody
You can-
else have a comment?
You can make the I think she can make the comment and then fill out her card, right, Mayor?
Yeah, please.
You just go to the
You-
thing and then
just
bring
go to
the form
podium and
after.
then you can
Yeah.
fill out the
Fine.
card afterwards.
To force people or anything. What if some of these larger farms, and I know some of them do have.
you state your name?
Oh, Teresa Beresford. I know some of the farms that have seasonal students and people that compete, they have more refuse. What if, they could get, if they had a large amount of refuse, why can't they get smaller, like a small dumpster? Be required to get a small dumpster instead of the small pails?
I think a lot of them do. I mean, is
Oh,
my answer
okay.
to it. Most of them do get large dumpsters for the
All right,
manure and
'cause
have them
that's what I
empty.
was-
Most of the big commercial farms do that.
Oh, all right, because that's what because it was just a.
I'm not saying everybody does, but most people do that. Right,
The same big trucks show up either way.
right,
Right.
right.
So-
Yeah.
Do we?
Ms.
have-
Raflowitz?
Yes. Tracy Raflowitz, 1261 F Road. Solid waste, it's one of the hidden structural problems in the town's budget. This year it creates no change to the current collection waste per property. Assessment versus actual cost. Residents pay a solid waste assessment, which is a special fee on our tax bill. In fiscal year 25, the assessment was budgeted to raise about $650,000. But the actual solid waste contract cost $720,000, which results in about $70,000 annual gap. That shortfall has been covered by millage, general fund dollars, which means tax revenue that should be going to roads or public safety is being used to subsidize trash pickup, which Lisa already commented on the franchise fee. That forces the town to dip into millage funded general fund money. To plug the gap effectively, you're paying twice, once in an assessment and then again in your ad valorem tax. The assessment of $450 a unit is already high, yet they don't cover all the costs. Maybe it's time to renegotiate or rebid the contract for more competitive pricing. Probably not going to be popular. Nothing else changes. Moving the assessment from $450 to $500 per unit would help plug that gap. If you could trim 10% of that contract in a rebid, you could keep the assessment of $450 and still balance the fund. Lastly, to them, 13771 Okeechobee property has been charged $900 a year since we've been there 2020. Has it been refunded yet? Has it been taken off my tax bill? Thank you.
Anybody else, Val?
Make a motion to approve resolution 2025.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, on to number 6, Valerie.
Which was number 7.
Which was number
Which
7.
was number 7.
Consideration of approval on resolution number 2025-69, a resolution of the town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, establishing the tenants of millage for the town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida pursuant to the budget summary for the fiscal year 2025-2026 in accordance with chapter 200 Florida statutes as amended, setting forth the date, time, and place for the second and final public hearing to adopt the town's millage rate for the fiscal year 2025-2026 and directing publication of notice thereof, providing for severability, providing for a conflict, providing for an effective date.
Do you want me to read the manager's statement?
The manager's public announcement is required by statute. And that is that the tentatively adopted 2024-2025 operating millage rate of 3.0 mils, although it's the same rate as last year and the last number of years, is greater than the rolled back rate of 2.8326 mils by 5.9098.
And that was the 25-26 FY. I think there was a typo in there.
Oh, okay. Well, at least I read what you tell me to.
Do we need to reread something or are we good?
I think that's fine.
Okay. Any questions about the millage rate?
Is there any public comment? Do you want to do that first?
I don't care.
Yeah, so if-
Having no comments at this time, I'm happy to.
Yeah.
Public comment.
Mr. Sood, do you have any comments on this item?
Now would be.
Or
I do, but I'll let other people go first.
are there any other public comments on this item? You? I have the whole stack here. Come on up.
So
I don't
come
have them
on
here.
now.
Thank you.
Graduate effort. Nearly half of what we pay goes to general government administration. Approximately $3 million goes to salaries, legal, consulting, professional services, as well as the community standards enforcement. Even at 3 mils, residents are paying more per household for fewer services than many peer towns. But road and drainage, high cost of questionable long-term results. $2.4 million is budgeted for 25. Money continually gets spent on repetitive trading, restocking, without fixing the actual root damage which was created. Project run behind schedule, possibly not completed at all. We need to make a high priority list and complete them. Not move on to the next one, nice complete spot and capital projects, $2.08 million for stormwater road improvement. Many projects are delayed, which undermines the return on the investment. Money sits idle, gets shuffled, and then it gets shuffled into the next fiscal year. There's a structural imbalance.
Pause, please.
Thank you.
No.
There is a structural imbalance. Rates don't match expenses. Residents pay more each year with no efficiency gains. Not overspending, but under delivering makes spending look wasteful. Lastly, administration consultant costs eat nearly half of the budget. Road work is repetitive, grading, rock, instead of permanent fixes. The millage rate is stable, but spending efficiency is the problem. What's the return on our investment? We're paying more taxes and more assessments. We can hold this town. How can we hold this town more fiscally responsible? Thanks. Next.
Any other public comments?
Valerie, we are like transmitting and recording, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just wanted to confirm.
Hi, Manish Sood, 3765 E Road. Very popular. She calls my name. Thank you. You know, yesterday there was a guy waiting for my comments. I sent in advance and then they attacked me. So I'm going to stop sending in advance, just an FYI, so they can debate me live. Anyway. Assessment, guys, this is an important revenue for our town. Our property values went up by 8%. So even if they keep the tax rate at 3.0, which I don't think they should, it should be 2.96, whatever that lower rate is, still they are going to get 200,000 more. But here is what's happening. And these are the, Madam Mayor and others, these are the common sense cuts people are asking. No bloated admin raises. We have our town clerk getting 31% raise, community standard director 33%, and town manager 13%. Her total package is probably 200K plus. And our public works director, Mr. Gallant, who actually oversees roads and canals, is the only person in this town getting 0%. Congratulations. We can save 100 to 200,000 by limiting raises to only 4%. Or 0% probably, if you guys can make it happen. Give raises only to the people who are performing, no raises to people who joined lesser than 12 months. Stop unnecessarily admin hires. We have assistants hiring assistants. There are 2 positions right now. Madam Town Clerk is hiring an assistant. Our community standard is hiring an assistant. I need an assistant too. Will you pay? 150 to 200,000 can be saved there. Lobbyist liaisons. I heard today that one of the major grant is canceled or rejected. You know, we are wasting money away on rural area of opportunity grant, which opens us up for lawsuits and commercialization. Stop wasting money on lobbyist liaisons and any staff working on such grants. 175,000 saved there. Non-essential travel, credit card, books, events. We don't have money, guys. Stop spending events and throwing money away here. Subscription, trainings, trips to Tallahassee, credit card, hotels, 100,000 savings there. Stop wasting staff time and money on grants, engineering, lobbying, zoning giveaways, $225 in saving. So point here is give the increase to the people, boots on the ground. That's what we want, boots on the ground. Do not cut those services. Cut the fluff in the general budget, move the savings over to the roads and drainage budget, and do the right thing. And thank you for all the residents for your support, and keep showing up here. We love you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Any other comments? Thank you.
Any discussion now?
Before you adopt, what I would suggest is we have a little bit of the discussion about the current budget situation. And the current budget situation based on the Board of Supervisors not approving a $300 assessment rate per acre, but a $220 assessment rate. That puts the road and drainage fund at a $625,000 deficit. And there was discussion, the beginnings of discussion as to how that might be bridged. If you bridge it solely with cuts, as we've discussed, that budget is heavily influenced by the labor cost. There's about $1.13 million in labor costs over there out of a revenue stream that would be down to about $1.9 million because of the $625,000 shortfall that exists. If you were to cut labor, we would have to reduce by about a crew. And if you do that, I don't think that you all considered what that meant. The first thing is that we've got an existing capital project on A Road that is moving forward. Right now on A Road, there are 5 people working on that project. And there would be a 6th if we filled the vacant position. The continuation of the A Road project would not be possible in our estimation using the in-house labor if you cut a crew. That's been the determination that we talked about today. And if you want details on how that would be affected, the superintendent and the public works director are here. That project would, in our estimation, would stop because there would be no alternative maintenance if you cut that crew down to 6 people, our entire public works crew. So one of the things to consider is how you would fill that gap and whether or not you want to continue that project. That project is a capital project. It has been funded, the labor cost aspect of it has been funded through that operating budget. Within your general fund budget, you have about $608,000 or $613,000 that is designated to go to capital. I mentioned this last night. That is an easy way to fill that gap and continue funding that project and continue that project moving forward. If you do not do that and we don't have the crew available for it, it is our estimation, and this was a very quick down and dirty, but it is on the order of 3 to 4 times that cost to do the work that is necessary to stabilize that bank, take care of the trees, and do the drainage and road prep work that is contemplated to be done by your staff over the course of the next, I think what is it, 6 to 8 months? So that's the situation that you are faced with. If you want that project to continue, I think you need to fund in some way that necessary staff for that to happen. I bring it up now because the millage rate that you impose is obviously going to have an effect on the available funds that could be designated for the capital project. And to point out that the advertised preliminary millage rate was 3.5 mils. We had based the budget on 3 mils. An extra half a mil produces about $365,000 of revenue. As referenced in here, to go to 3.5 mils, you would need a unanimous vote, not tonight, but at adoption. To go to 3.2564, I think it is, mils, which would produce about $182,000 in revenue, would require a 2/3 majority vote, which in the case, if there's 5 of you, means that there would have to be 4 of you voting in favor. If somebody was absent, it would be 3 out of 4. Or potentially, if 2 of you were absent, 2 out of 3 to pass that. So there is the potential for additional revenue streams. I didn't want the item to go by without you recognizing that you still have that potential within your consideration of this item. The arguments that have been made with respect to why millage rate might be better than an assessment rate and fairer is if you look at a half a mil, as I said, that produces $330,000 of revenue. That's the equivalent of a $50 increase in the assessment rate. And the break-even point on where it's better for an individual household or an individual property. Assuming you had a 5-acre property and the assessment, the $50 assessment was $250, is a taxable value of $500,000. So that if your taxable value is more than $500,000 and you wanted to raise that $330,000, that would cost you less if your property is worth less than $500,000 versus a $50 increase in the assessment. And I'm sorry that that may not be quite clear. But I wanted to make sure you were aware of that potential.
Thank you. Lisa, you have your light on?
So that capital improvement was budgeted in 25. We're talking about 26's budget.
Right. But the project is not done. And the way it would get done is with the continuation of the crew. They're still working on that. They've got months of work to do.
The money that was put aside in 25 for that's gone.
No, the money that was, the way we funded the crew was in the operating budget. We did not capitalize those monies and put the labor costs into the capital budget. That's found in the operating budget. So if you want the project to continue, we need to fund that crew.
So, we're looking at current positions, which I assume from what was provided in this additional agenda item, that's the current budgeted positions. How many of those positions are still unfilled in your department? Just one. So what is the current payroll? Because I've got proposed and current, and obviously this little thing here does not include all the other cost, right? So this does not include FRS, workers' comp, right? This is just salary, plus I think FICA and a couple other small things in micro print for those that are seeing it from the out there. Yeah, woohoo. So I realized that was a pretty severe cut based on what was projected, but when you look at the current 200 an acre assessment, we're covering salaries. And 220, you're shaking your head, no, we're not covering salaries?
No, we're having to transfer.
No, because last year, in order to balance that budget, we transferred 600 and some odd $1,000 into the
To cover salaries?
to cover the budget that was put together, which included salaries. Yes.
But that includes also road, rock, and everything else, everything that falls under
Right.
Correct, but
That-
salaries are the highest percentage.
salaries are the highest percentage of that assessment,
Correct.
the
Yeah.
acreage assessment. So this versus the proposed increases, right? What's current, what's proposed increases in, there's raises, not everybody's getting one, as was pointed out, but there are raises across the board. I think that this is more of a budget discussion than it is a discussion of setting a millage rate. I understand the process, but I think that the knee-jerk reaction last night was to throw out, we're firing people and we're going to lower the level of service. I think there's a actual budget discussion that needs to actually happen here. And I think this is a little bit in reverse order because the original agenda had the budget before these things were going to be brought forward. So, I mean, I did a little bit of stuff. I know health insurance wise, we're not necessarily availing ourselves of the Florida League of Cities. There's a municipal pool for insurance. There's also, I believe, the municipal health insurance pool. I don't know how they compare. I don't know. I know we get insurance about the fall time of year. We'll be looking at that too. But I think that there are different ways to look at how to balance that number versus threatening to stop a capital improvements project and saying there's no money there and we're going to stop it. I think that that's a budget discussion that we all should have been having a long time ago. And unfortunately, it's now at the 11th hour. So I think that that's not the only solution, I guess, is my point.
I'm not saying that you can raise revenue. Or you can cut position. If you can raise revenue or you can cut positions. That's why I bring it up at this point in time, so that you are aware of the implication of the action that you took last night. It was not my appreciation or anyone else's appreciation that when you made that cut, you understood the ramifications.
Yes,
When
but
we
there's,
discussed it today and we went over it, we wanted to make sure that you were aware that the only way we can see it being done with cuts within that budget is that you will lose a crew, and without the crew, you will not be able to do a road.
okay, but we're not just talking about cuts over at Public Works. We're talking about cuts at Town Hall as well. So those, we have to have a broader conversation than to just put that in a vacuum forward as the only possibility here.
I didn't say it was the only possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Todd, you were next.
So I wanted to touch on something real quick. So state law specifies what order we have to adopt things, and the millage rate has to come before the budget.
Okay.
I know it seemed odd, but that's state law requires that.
That's why,
And that's why
that's
rearranged.
why everything was renumbered, because got
Got it.
shifted, is because state law requires you to do it in a certain.
Question why we do that.
Please send them a letter.
Thank you.
So I wanted to discuss something that was happening when I was on the council before, and this answers Tracy's question. If you subsidize the solid waste from the general revenue, you are subsidizing only residents, only people in this room, not people, not the publics, not vacant property. You're only subsidizing the residents by doing it that way. So if you raise the millage rate, let's say 0.1, and you bring in an extra $100,000, you can subsidize the solid waste. So that way you're collecting more from Publix and you're subsidizing the solid waste. It's a shell game, essentially, is what it is. And it's very smart. It's very good for our residents to do that. And I kind of touched on it last night that there's a $675,000 budget item that we could eliminate and move that to solid waste. And we could subsidize that $400, meaning everybody sitting in here would get a $400 decrease on their bill. And we could raise the millage rate, which, before everybody goes crazy, we could raise it to 3.2564, which brings in $180,000, which our tax bill might only go up $100 with that. Publix is going to go up drastically. So our tax bill on that line item goes up $100, but we're going to rebate back $400 for solid waste. And that only goes to the residents, not to vacant land, not to non-for-profits, only to the residents that have solid waste cans. If you got a green can out front, you would get a check for $400. Your other part of your tax bill might go up $100, but you get $400 savings here. It's genius, the way I see it. Somebody came up with that idea long before I got here, and it stopped. And it stopped when the sheriff doubled our contract. It stopped because we needed to double our millage rate to equal that increase. And we had a council member that didn't click for him. And he said, no, we're not doing that. So we couldn't subsidize the solid waste anymore. And we didn't subsidize it for years and years and years. And then finally the franchise fee came in for the commercial stuff. And then it was able to subsidize the sum. But we could subsidize it a huge number, raise the millage to 3.2564 with 4 votes up here. And everybody sitting in here will get a $400 check.
Make a motion.
We're still discussing.
Yeah. So that's how I see it. It seems crazy that we would raise that millage to 3.256. Like I said, would require 4 votes. But everybody in here, we would need 4. to do that.
That's right, 4. I'm sorry. Thinking backwards.
But we can give a $400 check back. And there's 2 ways we could do that check. What I propose is we either just send the check, $400 to everybody that got assessed for the solid waste. Or we could put a straw vote on March ballot and ask people, do you want all this money back in a check? Or do you want half of it to go to capital improvements and half of it as a check? Some people might say, yeah, I'm willing to get $200 back instead of 4 and spend the other 200 on paving a road or putting in drainage or fixing something. Let the people decide and tell us how they want that money spent. They might say, spend it all on capital improvement. We need it all there. So be it. Give it to the people, let them decide how they want that $400.
Well, I think that's an interesting concept, and I think that there's a lot there. My concern is taxes tend to only go one way, right? As I said last night, we have brought forward, and we've been given a couple scenarios of creating a commercial taxing district, which in my opinion, we were promised from the get-go would exist on that corridor to Tangerine and Southern. That they should be paying a different millage than the rest of the town.
It's not possible.
Yes, it is.
It's not possible without them. signing
No,
on to it.
no, that's not true. Miss Vermelia, the town manager provided us with a third scenario where we can just assess it.
You may assess it, but you must a petition.
Right.
We
So
have
we
to
have to
do a
get-
petition.
We have to
It's
get them to
not-
sign on and agree to it. And they're not going to sign on and agree to it. Publix is not going to say, I'm willing to pay higher taxes. It's not something that we can decide unilaterally. There is no possibility for that to happen. They would have to agree to it. And that was my point.
They don't have to do a referendum vote. They simply have to do a petition.
Okay.
The petition comes in by mail, by statute, and the council gets to vote.
But they would have to decide for it. They would
But-
have to decide they want it.
Yeah, they're the signees of the petition.
So the commercial
Yeah.
people get to decide if they get a tax increase, but the residents don't.
No, the residents do as well. Everyone gets to.
She means
Sign the
like it's
petition.
just tonight. She means with like a millage rate tonight.
Yeah,
She doesn't mean like a special assessment or something. She means with like tonight, 3 or 3.5 or whatever.
right.
Right.
Well, the
So-
residents actually got noticed by the Florida statutes 197. And they also got advertisements and notices for the public hearings.
Guys, could you take your conversation outside? It's hard to hear.
And
Okay.
that process is consistent for all public entities.
Okay.
I understand
Yeah,
what you're saying.
I understand, yeah.
Potato, potato. So I think it's an interesting thing. I am not in support of raising the millage.
Even though people would save on their tax bill.
They're not, no,
They're
what
getting
you
$400.
what you proposed was getting rid of a line item
Right,
and raise the taxes.
right.
I'm not,
And give
I'm
the
not,
money back. So your tax bill would be $400 less, maybe $350 less than what I'm proposing, if we go with the way I'm saying.
I don't disagree. But I'm telling you, I'm not willing to support a millage increase because
Even-
nonprofits don't pay it. Schools don't pay it. Not everybody pays it. We had this conversation when we
Right.
talked about what we were going to set these at to begin with. And yes, Publix proportionately pays more. Aldi's proportionally pays more. They proportionally pay more, but so does everybody. And I did sit down with my proposed tax bill tonight and I estimated at 3 because that's not on the sheet, what I'm actually going to be paying. And I do understand that people see their giant tax bill as this lump sum that goes to Loxahatchee Groves, and we all know we get a very, very tiny portion of that. So, and I think people are very sensitive to any dollar figure changing. So I like your idea, just not the millage.
But it allows us to give the $400 back.
So
And-
does your
and-
other
and-
idea.
Not quite 400. It would be a lot less. The higher millage rate fills the gap in the budget is what it does. It fills the gap and it allows us to do 400.
No, it only gives us 100, what did you say, another 180 or
80,000.
that, he just said it needed 600.
But we can make this work, correct?
That
Francine?
plus the 670.
This,
Yeah, we can.
the plan that I proposed, we can make that work.
Yeah.
And it's important to give her the tools she needs to do her job. And if we restrict her on her tools, how are you going to hold her accountable? How are you going to say the road's not getting done? This project's not getting done if we don't give her the tools. That's my concern about line item vetoing is how are we going to hold these people accountable if we don't give them the tools they need?
I don't
That-
disagree.
So this does that. This gives them the tools that they agree would give them the tools, and it puts $400 back in everybody's pocket that's sitting here.
You have to show me the math.
You got it, Jeff? She wants to see the math
Show me the math.
next year.
Show me the math that what did you say? 3.265 something?
Correct.
3.566
That's like
Okay.
0.265, yeah.
generates 180 minus the 668 we pay,
675.
670,
You talking about the line item?
yeah.
670.
Are we up to 675 this
Yeah.
time?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that calculates to 187, 775,
Sounds right.
right? 755, 755, 855, 955 total?
We ran the numbers earlier, and everybody sitting in here would get a significant check.
For 1 year or every year?
It depends on what the council does the following year.
It depends on the valuation of your property
Right.
and basically longer term residences that have had the advantage of homestead and or
Ag
classification.
the ag
What's the-
classification. What's the math for?
For each individual
Show me,
parcel.
show me the math. Your proposed millage increase, the total of that contract, because that's going to be 1 year. You're going to get a 1-year check.
No, it could continue every year. That
No.
675 is in the budget every year, right? So the next council is going to be expected. to-
No, that money gets
Yeah.
spent. Let's get real. The money is going to go to roads
So
and
then
drains.
everybody next year is going to say, well, I got a $400 check last year. Why didn't I get it this year? And they're going to be here saying, we expect our check.
So now we're going to be stuck in a subsidy cycle,
We,
We already are.
we're already subsidizing already.
not a
Subsidized.
$400 subsidy cycle.
No, we've been subsidizing for years.
And how do we pay for a road that's a 600 something dollar shortfall and give these people a check with that money?
Frank, we worked the numbers earlier. and
There's right now in the proposed general fund budget, there is $613,000 that is designated for a capital project. That's where we've stuck it. We haven't identified exactly what the capital project it was going to be because for $600,000, there wasn't a real project that we could get done. It was only when we look at this situation where we need money to complete a road and the capitalization of those labor costs, that we're in a situation in which that's the logical place to move that $600,000.
So you're saying the A road completion is still $600,000 to complete that project?
It is the A road completion, the crew that is involved in there, it is probably more on the order of $350,000, I think.
So A road right now needs $350,000 to be completed.
Well, no, no, we've already gotten that. I'm talking about the labor costs associated with it that would.
He's talking about capitalizing the labor cost of staff to complete the project and then the savings.
Fine, I get that.
Okay.
But I'm asking
We're
for
trying to
actual,
answer your question.
I'm asking for a number. What's the total cost to finish A road?
Yeah.
Okay,
Have to figure that out.
1.6 miles, right? Is that A road south is 1.6 miles?
The big,
Paving is running at how much a mile?
it's not the paving, we have the paving budget. It is the cost of stabilizing the bank, the cost of removing the trees that the contractor
Drainage,
is not
blah,
going to do.
I get it. Yeah.
And we have a quote right now, or actually you guys approved it. The drainage part is 186 for the drainage part. So that's the catch basins and the drainage for A road and collecting. The tree removal is somewhere like 30,000.
Credit
20 or $30,000 for the tree removal, but a large percentage of the trees that need to be removed are invasives and they are going to be removed by staff. So that's a staff cost. The canal bank reconstruction and the actual road base reconstruction prior to paving is also going to be paid for by staff. So if, you know, that's where the staff costs come in. I mean, I could figure it out, not right this second, but I could probably figure it out based on our crew numbers, our expenses and time, what it would actually cost. I mean,
the materials that we're talking about and those contracted amounts, those are already in the capital side. What we did not put in the capital side was the labor that's associated with the actual work. And if you don't have the labor, then you can't move forward.
I guess I'm confused about, and maybe everybody else is, the staffing cost is a portion of the number, whatever that magic number is to finish the A Road project, right? The in-house staffing cost.
Correct.
It's not 600,000.
No, the total staffing costs, including the Public Works director, is about $375,000. There's $200,000 in engineering. And the 200,000, when you're looking at the current budget, I'm not saying $200,000 for A Road. That's not
You
what I'm
gotta
saying.
speak up, son.
Yeah, you gotta speak up.
I am not talking about $200,000 for A Road engineering. I am saying if you look at how we would get the $625,000 through cuts, it necessarily involves about $375,000 in staff costs. And then there was going to be the elimination of $200,000 for the engineering fees, which are not directly related to A Road, but are related to other matters. And that brings you to 575. And then there was going to be another $50,000 of cost taken from signage that we wouldn't have the ability to put in. Right now, it's budgeted at $73,000. So you'd be cutting that in half to 36.5, and you'd end up getting to your $50,000 number.
Okay, so we came here this evening and you bring this up, and yet you can't present us with actual numbers, and you throw the A Road project out as being at risk for funding. Councilmember McClendon has proposed something. I want to see the numbers. That's
Okay, so let me propose something. We're not gonna finalize this tonight. We can go with the concept. They can work the numbers. They can provide a spreadsheet.
but they
Wait.
brought this forward tonight. So
I understand. It was kind of last
Should've-
minute. kinda
okay.
last-
First reading.
Based on right, it's first reading. We're still got a second reading. We can go through the numbers, go with this concept. They can provide a spreadsheet at the next meeting, show all 5 of us tax bill, how my proposal would work. We can pick out anybody you want your tax bill on there, put it on the spreadsheet, and we can show 15 people. This one might
that
get
part I don't have a
this
question
one might
about.
get 300, this one might get 350.
That I totally follow your logic. We've been told that this project is at risk because we did something yesterday, right? I want to understand actually what the dollar figure is at its risk. I'm not one that likes general threats thrown out. And to me, that was a general threat, right? So I want to see the numbers of what's left in the project as far as what real hard costs are there. That we're not playing in these vague clouds of this says this and this means this and this means that. I understand what you're doing. I just need to see the numbers and how that all plays out and how that affects the project that we've been told will be impacted by this.
I think that would
And
be.
with my proposal, it wouldn't be impacted, correct? That project could still remain.
Yes.
With the millage rate I talked about, with the rebating money back, that project would not be affected. It would still be funded. Is that fair?
To save that particular project alone, is probably on the order of 300, it's about half of the $600,000.
So why raise the millage at all Get rid of that contract if you,
Because the millage that we're raising is gonna affect the publics and it's only gonna affect us a small amount. The idea was to bring in commercial so we could get more taxes from them. This does exactly that. This gets more taxes from the commercial.
how much? $10,000?
Oh, no.
$2,500?
No.
$40,000?
And did you run Publix for me? Yeah.
Okay,
The,
numbers. Bring numbers.
the total, are you talking about going to 3.2564 that requires the four
He's made a
votes?
Proposal.
That's approximately
numbers.
$180,000.
She means like just from Publix, Wawa, and the commercial stuff. How much are you gonna bring?
I do not know exactly how much that is going to
Well,
be. It's going to,
I say bring numbers. If we're not saying that tonight, I think there's a great conversation and show me the numbers.
Well, and that's why I say, let's try to go with this concept, give them the homework to bring all those numbers at the next meeting.
That's fine.
Here's how much Publix, Tractor Supply,
Yeah.
all those, this is what they're gonna pay. This is what the 5 of us, and pick out 5 or 10 people. We'll give them names, right?
Or
Yeah.
just pick random acre and a quarter, acre, two and a quarter, 5, 10.
North,
Whatever.
south, east, west,
Whatever.
paved, not
Random.
paved,
Just
whatever.
around.
The people in here will be able to see, Tracy will be able to see, well, this is gonna save me $350 doing it this way. Oh, this works.
Right.
It fills the budget. I get $350 check. It's a no-brainer.
This year, that
May I
we have,
Say something.
Sorry,
Okay,
Guys,
sorry, Francine.
I'm sorry, but
ladies,
can
sorry.
can I just let Paul go because his light's been on for a very long time.
Actually, I forgot to do this. I'm with Lisa. I see numbers. Numbers are important. I get it. Do some homework. Bring up, a proposal. I mean, we ask other people to give proposals.
keep
so
it at
too.
3 mills, projected at your mills proposal. Show me numbers, show me
Yeah.
real,
Let's
solid
numbers unless it-
facts.
It's
know?
it's a lot of work. So I mean, I didn't want to have staff time go work on
Right.
this, right? And then you guys go, no, it's a horrible idea. We don't want to give money back to the people.
I would like to commend you on thinking
Yeah,
outside of the
no,
box. I
absolutely.
Yeah.
think you've done a great job and thank you for coming up with that idea and thank you for the time you spent on it. I certainly appreciate it.
You mean putting presentations together and doing all this background work costs money, Todd? Is that what you're saying? Okay, all right, thank you. Just want to clarify. So. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, that was, I mean, I was kind of going along the line of like Lisa was saying, this is not the budget conversation, this is the Mills conversation. The budget conversation is the bigger conversation, right? And this is first reading. So I think, we can change things at the second reading. So to get to the budget conversation, because we have to report this first reading, correct? So
We have to advertise.
we have to advertise. So, yeah, so I mean, sorry,
Okay.
yeah, use the wrong
Francine,
word.
Something you wanted to say?
Yes, I have 2 things I'd like to say.
Okay.
First thing I'd like to say is that, in listening to Mr. Kurtz's explanation of capital and staff and all that other stuff, it was a little confusing to me too. Basically, we have subsidized the $2 million cost of the Roads and Drainage Fund with transfers for several years. Last year, we transferred the $600,000. The budget has been kept pretty close to the same. It still needs a $600,000 transfer to maintain the staff. The engineering that is in the roads and drainage budget is because we do our projects right. It means that we get the design done so we can get permits from South Florida. Any changes that we make in any of the culverts, and we are not doing all like same. In fact, we're not doing like same because we're upgrading everything to the standard that it's supposed to be. And those all require permits. So that's what the engineering is for. And that's what the $600,000 transfer this year was for. We sent it over, we raised the rate to 300, so we didn't do the transfer to roads and drainage. We made the transfer to capital projects, so we might start the North Road project because the North Road project is in capital for planning this year. We have not sat down and gone over any priorities, so it's very difficult to say that there's any capital project that's going to rise to the top. And so what Mr. Kurtz was suggesting is because our labor has not been capitalized, but because the need for the labor is for a road, that instead of sending the money to the capital fund, we would do the same thing we did last year and in years prior and transfer to roads and drainage. So for me to hear it be called capital is a little disconcerting. It's to cover the difference in the operating fund because our staff is what does that prep work for the roads. It may or may not be capitalized by our auditors, but rather than sending to capital, send to the guys who do get ready for the capital. That's item one. Item two, the governor plans to get rid of property taxes. The last time that the governor did anything with property taxes was in 2008, and everybody was stuck wherever they were at in 2008. So if there is a chance to put a little bit of a better balance on our millage assessment ratio, this would be a good time to do that because we may not get the chance to do it again. The way that property taxes have worked in the past, and that's no guarantee that they would work the same in the future, but the way that they have worked in the past, they have been tagged on where you were when the law went into place. And then the third thing is, I feel very uncomfortable coming to a first reading that gets continued to a second reading when we have had one-on-one meetings and have sent out all kinds of requests and so on and information to meet. The budget is supposed to be how we proceed in meeting our goals. And this budget is simply doing what we've been doing for the last couple of years. It's not with any specific target goals. I do agree with whomever said that we can't be held accountable for not getting things done when we don't have the tools, the time and the resources, but we certainly can't be held accountable if we don't know what those targets are. And that I think is what's been missing from all these budget conversations. And I'm, happy again to make the offer again that we sit down and we start talking about what each person thinks we need to be doing.
Paul, you were next.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Marge was
Yeah,
next.
Marge,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, Marge.
All right, I like the idea that's come forward because there are so many projects that require the work of the Public Works Department. There's a lot of funding that we need to put over there. We need to keep the workers. I mean, how many people have made comment how nice the town looks recently within the last couple of years? They've come up with crews that they know their work, they get out there and they do it. And to cut them is like a slap in the face to them. So we need to keep working on making sure that the desires and the wishes of the community are met. And the only way we can do that is to keep funding the road and drainage department. Thank you.
Okay, Paul, you're next.
I fully agree that you would come into this meeting with a full view of where we're going to be. And then in light of, our decision last night, and now we're trying to, due to where the state has it all lined up to where we have to, in order, the order we have to do this. Now we're going to, we approve a millage rate, but then we have a budget discussion, right? So how are we going to make it work? Right. So I say that to say that, yes, this is the first reading, but we could change stuff at the second reading. I think it's a very apt attitude to have because, now we're looking at, well, hey, if we do this, we do this. Todd's had a great idea. Hopefully the numbers work. Hopefully it proves out. Because I think everybody like another few $100s, whether it's 2, 1, 3, 4, in their pocket. I know I would, but so I mean, yeah, and I agree. All these projects that have to be done. I mean, we've done plenty of projects over the past few years that didn't have to be done, and we expended a lot of funds doing it that we don't have anymore. And we expended a lot of funds that were coming in that aren't going to be coming in anymore come the first of the year. So the more creative we can get and generating revenue, which is what this is, right? I think is a very apt attitude to have, and a very pertinent direction. I mean, listen, nobody wants to raise taxes, right? Nobody, but if we do a little jog here and it comes back on the other end, and then hopefully the people that are sitting up here after March, when it comes around this time next year, if we decide to go this way, carry it on, right? And I agree, Francine. We talked about having meetings about priorities and things like that, and how do you move forward without a priority list, right? How with yeah, you have a priority list. It's like what, 100 items long or something?
From the last council, yeah.
Right. So, but since March, as everyone knows, we've had some hurdles that we've had to overcome, right? We had some little things. We haven't really had to been able to have a priority workshop like we talked about back in April, right? So looking forward, I think, after we can get past this project right here that we're working on, I think that, that's the first thing that comes up, and that's the big discussion that has to have. Where are we prioritizing this list that's out there? Maybe some of that list at this time isn't really a priority. Maybe we look at it and go, you know what, this wasn't so much of a priority. So that's all. I'm going to reserve some for later, but that's, oh, I already turned my light off. Never mind.
Okay, Lisa, I think you were next.
As for priority meetings, I don't agree with the one-on-ones. I think this has to be something that we do together. I think the statement that there's a list that exists with 165 priorities is ridiculous. And that if this was being done in a formal workshop way, I'm sure we could pare that down tremendously and get the priorities where we need. That would bring some of the behaviors in the town into line with what we really are envisioning. And so I agree, but I think we have to function more as a council in that process.
I never suggested it should only be one-on-one. I totally agree. It has to be a whole council. And by the way, we did the calculation on all the numbers last year because this is not the first time the millage has come up. So I will go ahead and email you all a tax spreadsheet that shows the changes per acre based on assessment and millage increases. This took it to 4 mills. We can do it to 3.5 and we can do it to 3.25. Is there any other desire you wish for us to look at? Do you want any other number used in the analysis?
That Todd's was 3.2 what?
3.264.
564.
2564.
Which requires 4 votes. I would
Like
love to
Todd.
have
Yeah.
5 votes for this. I would
Yeah.
love to have a unanimous vote to give money back to
But
the
that
people.
requires more.
It requires unanimous to get more than that. So
Yes.
if we can get to 3.2564, staff
Make
has
your
said
motion.
it works.
Make your motion.
Well, Lisa wants to see.
I just don't want to see how much money it generates. I want to see how it pays for these capital
Right.
improvements.
And how much everybody's getting back. And actually, my numbers for the 675 over the solid waste actually is $447 back. So that means they would only be paying $3 for their can.
Yeah.
So it's not 400, it's 447. It's a big number check they would get back.
This
So,
year.
and to go back to the millage
Or
rate
maybe donate back to the town for capital.
or half of it,
Right.
right.
I like that idea. Let this
Half of it,
decide,
right.
yeah. Because some people have said they'd like to.
Right.
Yeah.
So, we talk about how it's weird that the millage rate and the millage rate comes first and then the budget, but that's how it works in our household. How much are we making at our job?
Right.
And then we got to make that work, right? So that's kind of what it is here. The millage rate is how much are we making at our job, bringing in revenue? Now we got to make our budget fit that. So that's quite, it seems backwards sitting here. And then when you look at it from that perspective, it makes sense, right? So anyway, so to move forward with this plan, I want to propose and make a motion to approve 3.2564 as the millage rate.
Okay, can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, passes 4-1.
It's a first reading, y'all.
Yeah.
Right.
When I see the numbers.
All
I
right,
know. That's what I'm just saying. It's a first, just reminder. It's a first reading. We want to see where this goes. So
number 7 is to adopt the budget. Could you please?
You like
read-
lottery tickets? Well,
Could you
there
please
go.
read the resolution?
Consideration of approval on resolution number 2025-70, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, adopting a tentative budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025, and ending September 30th, 2026, setting forth the date, time, and place for the second public hearing for the adoption of the town's budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025, adopting the fiscal policies and directing publication of notice thereof, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Okay, I think that you have a couple of public comments that were sent in by email. Mr. Suit, are you still in here? I don't
Yep,
see you.
he is.
Was that Mr. Carpenter's
Yes.
email that you read into the record? Were you able to complete it? Because he sent it to the clerk to be read into the record. Would you like her to reread it? Do you feel like you were? Okay, so go ahead and include that one in your list, Valerie.
Ms. Rafflewitz?
This the last one, Tracy? No kidding.
an understatement.
100%.
We had a budget of 12.7 million. On the surface, 12.7 million sounds like a lot for a small rural town. But compared to other small Florida municipalities, it's on the higher side when adjusted for population and public services that are actually delivered. Especially since the residents continually complain about roads, drainage, delays. Did you know, compared to other rural towns, Loxahatchee residents are paying more per household for government overhead and repeated road fixes? Almost half of every household share goes to just run town hall, which is staff, legal, and consultant, not to direct services like roads or waste. I don't think you should raise taxes or millage until the spending in the town becomes more managed. There is a lot of waste that is hidden.
Again?
Tracy, you keep killing the vibe.
I know, man. I'm sorry, I killed the vibe.
It must be her.
There you go. I would not pass the budget without really stripping it down and figuring out ways to cut costs. Lobbying was way over budget, and from what I'm understanding, it's not in the best interest of their town's future. Salaries are exorbitant. I recommend not filling the open positions, no raises, no COLA, which would allow you to keep the people and not have to fire or get rid of them. You can just cut out the very expensive legal, you just cut out the very expensive legal and added in the expensive in-house legal. Unfortunately, with legal, you've done it yourself and you want the people in the town to bear those costs. Madam Manager, I don't believe I said you just keep the lights on. I said basically the town manager is doing the basics, keeping the lights and balance and the books balanced, but not excelling in controlling costs, delivering infrastructure. What can we do better? That was my question. When talking about cutting salaries, I think you said, oh, fine, we're going to cut the services then. I don't think that's a very fair thing for you to say. Our services shouldn't be cut. Are we, as the residents, getting what we paid for? Maybe we need better leadership all the way around so that the employees are more efficient at their jobs. I drive around town. I see that. I see the way these employees are working, sitting on their phone, just sitting there in the truck, dump truck machine. I brought this up several times. There's always an excuse. And what some of these people are getting paid and their quality of work, it just doesn't match. Trust me, people are watching, especially this time of year. Jobs are done in-house, take 3 times as long. I get it. I'm in business. I'm a business owner. I'm a boss, and I must make these difficult decisions. The past is the past. We've got to learn from our mistakes that have been made over the last several years. And when dealing with money and waste, let's learn from it. Make this a rebuilding year so we're not in this predicament come next September. Let's start working in the next budget December, January, not July, August, and September. I know for sure we as FACT members have asked for more meetings. 5 meetings we've had. Can I finish? 2 sentences.
Go ahead.
We're always rushed, bombarded with inconsistent numbers. We've had brilliant minds and very smart people in this town. Let's all work together, not against each other. It takes a team and it takes a village to be effective. In closing, we really need to take 25 and 26 to regain strength and money. We need to rebuild our reserves and stop wasting so much unbudgeted money. Thank you.
Mr. Sud?
It hasn't started.
If you start speaking, the clock starts, Manish. Come on.
All right, good evening again. You don't want me here too much, but I'm here.
Can you speak more?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
All right.
Just want to make
I'm
sure.
going to
we
tell
hear
you one, I'm going to talk about one technicality, and I applaud our town manager and whoever her advisor is to put in there in fine letters. None of your budget discussions today spend this much on here, this much on there. None of that matters. And I'll tell you why. In Exhibit 20, in Resolution 25-70, Exhibit A, it says, the budgets and expenditures will be controlled only at the fund level, meaning the town manager can transfer money freely between departments, divisions, or program within a fund. On paper, this statement sounds very easy, harmless, but in practice, it's really, really dangerous. Look at the 2026 Roads and Drainage Fund. It includes the line item repair and maintenance services, 105-5053/4680. What this is where dollars go to actually fix our roads and drainage. This is the line item. On the same fund, there is another line item, travel, which is 105-5053-538-54000. Under this policy, the town manager could legally transfer tens of thousands of dollars away from road repairs, money that should be filling potholes and maintaining culverts, into travel expenses. And it would still be balanced budget on the paper because the overall fund total wasn't exceeded. This is not physical responsibility, it's blank check. Residents deserve a budget that reflects the priorities as you set, which means you set up item level budget expenditures. By allowing unrestricted transfers within a fund, you're surrendering your authority to set these priorities. So here is the solution. Not about micromanaging, it's about checks and balancing. Your responsibility under the charter is to control the purse strings. That's the power you have. If you approve this resolution as written, you will effectively surrender that responsibility. I urge you to reject this policy. You need an accounting item level control. There is an accounting number on each item. Any transfer of funds from any line item like repair and maintenance into non-essential areas like travel, it should come to you for council and public comments for approval. So when you approve the budget, you're approving at an item level and stick to that. Don't give up that control. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Okay,
Thank you. I would like to say something, and that is that we do not do transfers between line items. We do not. We charge items where they are spent. We do not move items to cover for other items. In fact, you also don't see us come forward with budget amendments often because we use the budget as measuring stick. And that's why we've provided the monthly reports and the quarterly reports that show you the over and under by spending line item. So we do not do transfers between line items, and we do not do significant budget amendments because we wish for you to see how you perform, how we all perform against the originally adopted budget. Last year, we made a budget amendment, and we made the budget amendment for what we said we were going to do. One, to reorganize and revamp our code enforcement function and community standards. And two, because we needed to add a permit tech. That all came up in front of council, and the legal expenses and the capital projects reallocation due to savings were done all in front of council. The charter is what we follow in the financial policies. The charter specifies the fund level, and these financial policies have been in place since incorporation. I am not saying that we should not have line item review and that you shouldn't have the chance to look at every report, but unlike pretty much anywhere else, you all have direct access to our accounting system. We are transparent and we are very welcome to your input. And all travel and training can be explained. And I'm happy to cut it all out if you wish for us to do that, but it's only going to make a very small difference.
Paul, you got something to say?
Saw a comment card go up.
Oh, there's more comments. I
Yeah.
think she has some to read in too.
Okay. I was preemptive strike.
You're first up.
No, I don't have to be first. I just want,
I gotcha. No, you were first
no,
on.
Todd can
You're-
go first.
Okay. I'm sorry, do we have more comments?
Yes, Ms. Miles. Good evening, Good evening, Council. Mary Ann Miles. I'm not going to reiterate what was said here tonight. I did listen to the meeting last night, and I was really disturbed about council saying that they were going to cut staff or cut one person, and that was a suggestion. Councils previous to you guys tried to work very hard and did work hard by trying to get people to work for the town. It took a lot of time, it took a lot of effort to get the right people and the right equipment, and we finally have done that. Without loans, without bankrupting the town. We cut costs in a different way. We had the budget, we had line items, and we diligently looked at it. I don't know how many of you guys have looked at all the back years that Keshavar has done for this town. That's the engineering for anybody that is not familiar with Keshavar. I don't know why we keep repeating the same wheel. Last night, he talked about the culverts south of Okeechobee, how the sizes are different. We knew that. We've done that. We put some in the budget to repair them and replace with a 96-inch culvert. That to me was not news as I listened to that. So when you talk about firing people or restructuring, what we don't need should go first. Do we need a lobbyist? No. Mr. Book was paid, Francine, was it $5,000 or $6,000? What was Mr. Book paid last year to go after one item in Tallahassee? Do you remember?
The first year he was 25,000.
Okay. But he got what for us?
He got us $750,000 twice.
Correct. Now, that was a gamble, and I don't believe in gambling, but he got us, you just heard, $750,000 twice. Okay. So now when budget money in Tallahassee is tight, and you guys don't play very well with Palm Beach County or anybody else. And I say that guardedly because when they want certain things done, and Loxahatchee Groves goes, no, because we're a small town, they go, okay, and we'll see you later. They don't like the speed limit on Okeechobee Boulevard. We keep it like that. You guys want the TPA grant to start that up again, whether we had to pay money in or not? There was a reason the council said no to that grant. Lord, I have a lot. But please don't spend money that we don't have. Please do not cut staff. We didn't give people raises when we did have money, or we gave a little bit of a raise to everybody and said, you know what? When we get more money, we can. The taxpayers that you have here now, some of them are brand new to Loxahatchee Grove, some of them are young. You have an aging population. So if we can cut costs across the board with things, and also the Keshavar, please look at what they've done for the town instead of reinventing and having them spend money. Okay, we received an email from Christine Carpenter. Thank you, Town Council, for hearing us and keeping the increase in taxes down. Greatly appreciated. I would like to state that, in my opinion, we do have a spending problem, and until limits are placed on the spending, we will continue to battle the same conversation over and over again. Handing out raises above and beyond what the national increase numbers are, which are 3 to 5% max, is baffling to me. Until we fall into alignment with our spending, we will continue on the same merry-go-round. I also don't know if allowing the town manager who is requesting these raises is the wisest choice to make our decisions around our budget. Getting recommendations from her would be wise, as she is involved in the day-to-day business of the town. However, allowing one person the final say can lead us into a decision that doesn't benefit us as a town. We, including all of you on the council, are the town, and I believe last night the people spoke once again. I am grateful you heard us and took action for taxes. I would like to see you all put some parameters around the budget and not just make suggestions and leave decisions to someone who has made unwise decisions already around our budget. Thank you for hearing my voice. This next one is from Cynthia Screnchey. As fairly new property owners in the town of Loxahatchee Groves, it disturbs us greatly to see the mismanagement and overspending by the town manager. The proposed tax increases stating that this town is underfunded are insulting. The manager has proposed extremely large salary increases as well as the same time telling the town residents that the town is grossly underfunded. We would hope that the town council would see both from last night's meeting as well as tonight that the residents are not going to put up with this nonsense any longer. It was encouraging last night that council stood up and made the correct decision. Please, council members, do not do it again and again and again.
Anybody else?
This next one is from Ravi Tella. Dear council members, it has come to our attention that the town has applied for grants and engaged in lobbying efforts that would obligate us to take on significant debt, surrender our rural zoning protections, or hand over our home rule authority to outside agencies. This is unacceptable and directly undermines the values and future of our community. I respectfully request that the following motions be added to the agenda today. These issues strike at the heart of our budget, threaten the very nature of our rural and equestrian way of life, and endanger the hard-earned property values of our residents and future generations. Will any of you show the courage to sponsor these motions and make clear who stands with the residents and who stands with special interests? 1, motion to dismiss any existing grants the town has applied for or been awarded and freeze all future grant activity that requires the town to take on debt, give up rural zoning, or hand over zoning decisions to outside agencies, county, state, or federal. Motion to dismiss any lobbying efforts the town has engaged in and freeze all future lobbying that seeks grants or funding requiring the town to take on debt, surrender of rural zoning, or loss of local zoning control. 3, motion to immediately cease the services of any lobbyists, grant writers, or consultants working on such grants and lobbying efforts. 4, motion to prohibit the town manager from engaging in any grant application or lobbying activity without prior council approval and opportunity for public comment. We need every single dollar focused on roads, drainage, and reserves, not on lobbyist consultants and grants that sell out our rural zoning. Unfortunately, due to prior commitments, I will not be able to attend the meeting in person, but I ask that it be read into the record. Respectfully, Ravi Tella. I received another email from Tama Norman. This email is regarding the budget. Her email does not specifically request that it be read into the record. However, it does pertain to the budget, which is on tonight's agenda. So I defer to the town council as to whether or not you want me to read this into the record.
We got in trouble last night.
My email.
For one that wasn't requested.
Yeah,
My
but-
email or yours?
But we go by the email we got.
Just
Okay.
trying to make sure.
Can I, since that subject came up,
Sure.
just so everybody understands, there is a procedure that's in place when the clerk receives an email, okay, whether, it gets read. We don't require you to stipulate that it needs to get read, right? If it says, please read it, it gets read. There's nothing out there. So I actually think that maybe, let's see, the first October meeting that we ought to revisit our policy as far as because there was some confusion last night and there was, and I apologize for any confusion.
Received by a certain time.
It had to be received by a certain time. Well, I think we just need to work on that and look at that when we come back. And I'm sorry to derail, but I think that coming in October, the first meeting in October, that we need to look at that just the procedure and kind of codify, and look at it and make it more specific. Exactly. Thank you. Because that'll alleviate any kind of confusion, as to if it comes in and it's just a communication to the council and it doesn't say, please read this into the meeting, because it's kind of ambiguous. So, you know, and I, you know, listen, I don't know about y'all, but I just like to, on behalf of myself, as where the buck stops is one of the 5 where the buck stops. I'd like to apologize for any miscommunication last night. And moving forward, we're going to fix it. Okay.
Okay, so are you in, I think the decision was made by the clerk to just go ahead and read this into the record. Are you objecting to that?
No.
Is that what I'm hearing?
No, no,
Okay, all right.
we don't have a policy yet. We don't, so if
Well,
she's asking,
we do have a policy, but it doesn't say that you specifically have to
Right.
say, would you read this into the record?
right.
And apparently the one last night wasn't supposed to be read, you know, so
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
where the confusion. So we're trying not to hurt anybody's feelings, but Mr. Sood, we did actually try to talk to her. I actually asked Ms. Suchi if she had her number. We did try to communicate with her earlier to see whether she wanted it read into the record. And you're saying you have a communication that says she wants it read into the record.
No, Tama, we didn't mention Miss Weber.
We're talking about Tama Norman.
Tama
You have a
Norman.
you have a communication that says that she would like it read into the record.
I mean, listen, this is the first read.
Because we're trying not to,
Right.
no,
But thi-
we're trying not to insult anybody.
This is a
because we
first
did that.
reading, correct? This is a first reading.
Yeah.
So if Ms. Norman, correct,
Yes.
wishes for this to be read in and she wanted to make that clear, she can make it and we can read it in a comment to the next one, I guess.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, so, Mr. Sood showed me the email and she did.
Okay, so let's hear it.
Thank you. Okay.
you.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the clarification. My main concern with the budget is the extremely high salaries being paid out. The town manager should not be paid 160K, let alone 141K. A fair and reasonable amount for our little town would be sticking to the average amounts for the state of Florida across the board. If they don't like the pay cut, go find a new job. We should not be keeping up with the Joneses of Royal Palm or Wellington, which we are definitely not. Reasonable amounts for the positions are 89K for a new town manager, 80K for a town attorney, 45K for a town clerk. These are state averages. Any Google search will show you. I have no idea what a community standards director is or does. I would like a synopsis of what exactly that person does for our town. What responsibilities does that person hold? An average cost for each job for such a job is 70K, not currently what we pay 94K, and they want an increase to 125 is laughable. CFO makes what exactly? That wasn't readily accessible. Public Works, I feel, is too high as well. However, it does jive with the average pay for a Public Works director in Florida of 100K. I also have no idea what their responsibilities are exactly. As stated previously, I want our town to start looking and acting like a town. Give us a gathering space to be a community. Otherwise, all these town jobs are stuff are simply a smoke and mirrors IMO to push personal agendas in line pockets. Because why would we need a town manager when we aren't really a town in spirit? God bless. That's all.
That's it? Okay, Paul? You were
Defer to Mr. McClendon, go ahead.
deferring to Mr. McClendon. Go ahead, Mr. McClendon.
So I agree with Mary Ann Miles 100% that the town has through the years worked on getting rid of bad employees and bringing in good employees. And that's happened with Francine moving this town forward. We used to have some horrible employees here, horrible employees. And they've been weeded out and we've got good people and we should appreciate these good people. The salaries that are provided are not pulled out of the air. So it was stated that the clerk in Royal Palm Beach last year, the clerk in Royal Palm Beach makes $40,000 a year. That's not the town clerk. That's a cashier. It's like a clerk at Publix. It wasn't the quote unquote town clerk. So when you hear these numbers that the town clerk should only make $45,000 a year, completely false. When we talk about lobbyists kind of remind me of attorneys. Nobody wants one until you need one, right? And sorry, our lobbyist is probably listening right now. But
Both of them are.
it's a dirty job, but it helps us. It works with us. How much price would you put on Okeechobee Boulevard being widened or not? It's a large amount, right? But we don't see a dollar amount in our budget that shows that we've been able to stop that from happening. We've been able to stop it from getting extended to 20 Mile Bend, right? That's our lobbyist that works on that. So there's nothing in the budget that says, hey, the state lobbyist brought in 750,000. Why isn't our local brought in that kind of money? Because there's other projects like that don't bring in money, but they bring in value to the town. This local lobbyist brought $4 million to us a few years ago. And it was turned down, right? The council said, we don't want the $4 million. Why, what? So she should still get credit for that, right? She brought in $4 million. So, you know, to say these lobbyists, we don't need them, we do need them. We've got a lot of state bills that are directly negatively affecting our town, whether it comes to development.
Actually, home rule throughout the state of Florida. But
Throughout the state, and I'm going to put this out here in the public now. Home rule says that if it's any kind of sales on the property, wholesale sales, citrus packing plants are allowed on the property, they can develop it fully. Read the statute. It says specifically packing plants.
It says specifically zoning, not land use.
They changed it.
They did not change.
I'll bet $1,000. It says, it changed it this last year. It says, let me finish. It gives examples in these.
I understand. I've read it.
Maybe you read the old version because they
Uh,
just changed it.
Okay.
It says packing plants. If packing plants are allowed, that zoning is included. It talks about wholesale sales. If that is allowed, that's included. Both of those are allowed on every AR zone property in town, which means that applies to every AR zone property. That's a problem. That's something that we need the lobbyists for. How do you put a dollar amount on that? On trying to get those things corrected? There's no dollar amount. That is destruction of our town is what that is. That's a huge dollar amount in
I'm
my
glad
opinion.
y'all wake up to live local now, but
I'm sorry?
I'm glad you have woken up to live local now.
Because now
you've been
they've changed
complaining
it.
about it for 2 years.
And now they've changed it. And now it includes all of our AR zone property.
No, it does.
Read it.
yes, it does.
Read it. Here's our town
Okay.
attorney. Can you please explain that?
We've had a brief conversation on this and we have not followed up on it, but we have people in the audience that live and die by these laws and how they're written. So
Jeff, we looked at it this week, right?
Yes,
And you
We
agree-
did.
And you agree with me?
I do, that it is a major concern the way it is written.
So we asked for an opinion from the Attorney General.
We don't need one. It's right there. If you read it, you wouldn't need an opinion.
Okay.
It says packing house or wholesale sales, it applies.
Okay,
You, trust me, if you read it, the current version, you would say it applies. So my next question is,
I think it is something we should address with our lobbyist and
right, you know, whether it exempts rural, you know, communities or something to that effect, but the fact that it says packing houses tells me it was exactly for communities like us.
Yeah.
It was for people like in Belglade, right, where they want to build houses. It was built for that. How we can get carved out of that, I don't know, but I think we should probably look at trying getting carved out of that. So my question is, with this budget, now that we've changed the millage rate, we need to update this budget for simple purposes tonight, right? Because it's written at 3 mils, what's in front of us, right?
correct.
So how do we go about doing that? So we got 3 mils, the general revenue, it brings in 1.899. We need numbers to put in there. We moved the 675 down the solid waste services.
You can
Right.
give us direction with the approximately $180,000. That you can give direction with respect to the approximately $180,000 that the additional revenue would go to, where you would like to put that tentatively in the budget. I think you also have discussed the possibility of moving a matter or a line item to a contingency.
Well, can we put it in solid waste instead of contingency? And we can write a rebate.
Put it
check out
in
of
that fund. Is that a contingency?
Right.
No, you already voted on the solid waste fund. You would have to bring it back.
We didn't vote on the budget, but on the assessment rate, but it didn't have the budget, right?
Yes,
it
it
was-
did.
Okay.
So we could put it in the general fund for a contingency,
Put the 675.
675 in the general fund for contingency.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how the motion needs to be made to get that.
I think,
moving
yeah,
forward.
You can just give us a motion directing us to do those things. We'll come back and, have the actual numbers put in based on that direction.
All right, that's it.
Yeah, we can't hear.
He was just saying, they're gonna come back with actual numbers and a better budget based on what we approved tonight.
Okay, Paul?
Yeah, I just want to, Todd, I shouldn't have let you go first. All my notes going around here, Todd hit about 5 of them, but I mean, listen, you're right. You don't want to have the lobbyist.
It's kind of
Yeah.
hard to hear.
Lobbyist isn't there until you really need them, right? It's kind of a necessary evil, for lack of a better term. Sorry, everyone. I know, she's not. But it's necessary. Not just state level, but here at local level. And I hate to keep beating this drum, kind of like well, I'll beat both of these again. $12 million, right? $12 million budget last year. That was all money taken from money that was coming in from somewhere else that's going to end in December. That was improperly paved roads over the last couple of years. I mean, we spent a big chunk of change on improperly paved roads. Nobody wanted to take the time and spend the money to get, I know I'm going to use the bad word, engineering, because when you build something, whether you go for a permit on your, go to get a building permit for your barn, or go to build a barn, or go to build a new house, it has engineering, right? Roads are the same way. There's engineering involved. We listened to Randy or Tebney last night talk about the shape of the canals and what's going on there. There's actually been money already spent to get that engineering done, so we have a cross section that we're trying to get to. We did talk about culverts last night, but the reality is, about a year and a half ago, we replaced a culvert at Sea Road and Collecting Canal, and the gentleman who was in charge of the Public Works Department at that time said, "We don't need a 96-inch culvert. We can get by with 60." And yet the engineer last night, right? Now, I'm not an engineer. I'll be honest with you. I can't go purchase the calculator that it takes to be an engineer, right? But, so he said last night, when you're starting from the north and coming this way, because everything flows this way, you don't put a smaller culvert pipe at the end, right? Because what does it do? It chokes up the water and it doesn't let as much through. So we've done some stuff in the past, and you know what? It's in the past and it's happened. We got to move forward. TPA grant, yeah. $4 million, or the cost is what, 10 cents on the dollar? 250. Yeah. And actually, I think the estimations by this point, it would have been built and we would not have expended a single penny. But the council at the time decided to turn it down. They decided to turn it down because there was a couple $100,000 involved that, we might have been short some paving, which we shorted on some roads anyway. But roundabouts would have been in place. Okay. All right. So last night we talked about respectfulness, right? We talked about respectfulness and while people were talking, right? And I said I didn't care who it was, whether it was one of us or somebody standing there, we need to be respectful. I didn't think I needed to say it again tonight, but we need to be respectful. All right? If you want to debate me on these things, we can pull a video and we can watch it, but that's what it was. All right? Currently, our TPA grant did not get approved, right? It didn't. Maybe it's because we turned down their $4 million offer a couple years ago. It's a high possibility. I said it then. I'm saying it again. It's nothing new. Nothing nobody's ever heard me hasn't heard me say before. And that was for crosswalks, right? Multi-use horse crossings. Actually, I think they're going to be multi-use crossings, right? But with controls high enough for somebody on horseback to use, right? Which when somebody's trying to cross the road for safety, okay, they would have to push a button and it's going to slow the traffic down. So, yeah, I don't know. I seem to be beating this up, and just to touch on the wages, those average wages, I tell you, I was researching them. I read the budget and I was researching average wages over the weekend. And yeah, if you do average wage in the state of Florida, you're getting the average wage of somebody that's in Lee County or in Osceola County, or is it some smaller county? The cost of living south of 60, Highway 60, is a lot higher than it is in other parts of the state. Okay, so, to say a town manager gets $84,000 a year, I think is inaccurate. And so on and so forth. So, all right, I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Lisa's next. Okay.
So I've already suggested a couple things, but I think we need to definitely be looking at health and life insurance. I'm sure there's some history there that I'm unaware of as to why we're in the policy we're in now. So I look forward to hearing more on that. Some of the raises on here, I do understand that there's been a division of labor that used to exist from the project manager's job and another
Kind of spread
and
out.
and another employee that also had some responsibilities previously. I think that obviously the concerns these are real numbers and they have to still be within reason. And I look forward to seeing what the town manager would propose to try to help all possible areas of cuts. That does include lobbyists. Now, whether that means getting rid of a lobbyist or changing the way we pay the lobbyists instead of keeping them on a retainer, that's monthly. We look at something like per project. Is it more realistic to pay that way, as we are clearly facing budget constraints and pressures that are relatively new, because we did run out of free money, and I love revisionist history. It's always wonderful. So I think some of these raises across the board, we had large raises last year that did perhaps historically they needed to come into fruition. But I think we have to be very careful in how those are proposed this year moving forward. So I look forward to, as a council, getting together and working on the town manager's contract. Should we be considering that going forward? That a proposal of a cumulative cap on some of this discretionary spending that goes behind the scenes below 25,000. I think we should also be very careful when we bring forward some of these vendors that come forward with a no bid contract. We currently have the finance director that was approved by the previous budget. When he was brought before us, we were told that other accounting firms were interviewed. I have yet since May 7th to get any proof of other accounting firms that were interviewed for that job. And we were only given one person to choose from that was presented to us. So I think that there are many ways that council can do a much better job overseeing the spending and getting a handle on what the budget is and how it's working. We've got an extreme turnover rate in this town that calculates into lost productivity. Every time you lose a person, you got to find a person, lost time. You got to train that person in this job and our policies. So there's things here that I think we could be doing much, much better. Again, I'm relatively new to this, so I look forward to hearing all the facts, all the numbers, and hopefully we see some of that by next time. So.
Okay, I have some numbers to share. I pulled a little survey here, just relevant to the point of what town managers get paid being statewide. I actually looked at the numbers in South Florida, in our area. I'm just going to read you some of the salaries. West Palm Beach, $314,977.
Can you start with what ours was proposed at?
So a
Please-
salary survey could
Please
be
let me
done.
speak.
You're bringing up something that the salary survey, I know the manager,
You speak.
but I think this is important
It is. Can you let her speak? And then you
because
can
I
ask
want
her
to
a
speak
question
to what she's about to present.
after she's done.
Okay,
Before.
all right.
I'm sorry. So our proposed one for this year, these are 2025 numbers, by the way. Francine, what were you paid in 2025? What was your salary?
141,000.
141. Okay. West Palm Beach for the same year, 314,977. Boca Raton, 303,050. Boynton Beach, 236,775. Delray Beach, 247,811. Wellington, sorry guys, I'm getting a little cross-eyed here. It's very small print. Wellington, 261,844. Palm Beach Gardens, 412,505. Green Acres, 248,063. Lake Worth Beach, 270,579. Royal Palm Beach, 222,789. Riviera Beach, 260,483. Palm Springs, 255,450. Belle Glade, 245,587. North Palm Beach, 234,600. Palm Beach, 230,071. Lake Park, 312,836. Tequesta, 163. Pahokee, 218,938. South Bay, 120. Highland Beach, 145. Juno Beach, 256,767. Lake Clark Shores, 188. Magnolia Park, 189,730. Haverhill, 121,742. Atlantis, 154,833. Ocean Ridge, 159,300. South Palm Beach, 154,113. Jupiter Inlet Colony, 170. Gulf, 135. Glen Ridge, 140. Okay. So those are just some numbers. I have this and I'm happy to file and receive it so all council has it. I also did some research on current positions that are open for town managers right now and what those salaries are being offered at. In other words, these are unfilled positions at this time. Ocean Ridge is now doing a search. They're offering $225,000 with an indefinite contract plus 401k of 15%, 100% employee and spouse Blue Cross, $500 a month vehicle allowance, $100 a month phone allowance, and 20-week severance. Manalapan's currently has an open position, $195,000 a year with an indefinite contract, FRS, 100% health insurance for employee only. I couldn't get any information on their severance package. Juno Beach, $195,000 with an indefinite contract. 401k 15%, town contribution immediately vested. 100% health for manager and spouse. $500 a month vehicle allowance, $100 a month phone allowance, 20 weeks base salary severance, and 29.25 days of paid leave, PTL, after the initial 15-day period. Lake Park, 163, indefinite contract. FRS senior management. Medical, dental, vision, $650 a month vehicle allowance, 20 weeks base and pay for severance. Boca Raton, 300 to 350, 401 or defined benefit options, executive health package. Florida City, $200,000, 100% paid health and life, car allowance, cell reimbursement. North Miami Beach, $250. It doesn't, the city social media promotion said that the commission is inclined to provide $250,000 with excellent benefits. I don't know what that means, but that's what they said.
That's Miami.
Fly.
Isla Mirada, again, I had to dig a little bit for open ones, but I wanted to give you an idea that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 open in the South Florida area manager spots that they are unable to fill at this time, that are offering a whole lot more than we are. Okay, Isla Mirada, 150 to 200,000, details in brochure, pension options and standard executive benefits. Lake Worth is, they didn't really have any information, but they have an open position. Lauderdale Lakes, again, I wasn't able to get any information, but they have an open position. Westlake, special council meeting on August 26th to discuss the salary that they're putting out is $200,000. They haven't decided on their recruitment process yet, but the total package range is between $300,000 and $330,000. The current clerk is acting as manager because their manager left at this time. Belle Glade has no recruitment posted and no salary or benefits publicly listed. Pahokee has no formal recruitment, but the prior survey notes a 3.5 merit increase. And Palm Beach Shores has no recruitment posted, but and I couldn't get any public listings. So I just wanted to put that stuff out there. I'll go ahead and have copies made for council and anybody else who wants them. Can I have a motion to
Motion
file
to
and
receive
receive?
and file.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay.
So may I?
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, sure. There's a survey that you can do for salaries that's actually done formally. That this is great information, but you're not comparing budgets and staff sizing and everything else. I get that it's not the easiest job to find, and as we've all heard, it's very hard to get a good one, and you're probably going to pay more. That's not what's discussed here tonight. That is in context of what's sitting here, and I do appreciate that people that Google stuff, because if you see it on the internet, it's really true, right? So
No, actually,
and
that's a formal survey that I got
No,
from
she's
an
talking about
expert,
the
but that's okay.
$35,000 clerk. She's talking about the $35,000
Yeah, she's talking about, yeah,
Right.
$30,000 clerk.
right. Well, I think that, as Paul pointed out, that those are not realistic numbers, and I don't think anybody up here believes that that's the case. And I do think the public should be aware that why I love Chat GPT, it does tend to hallucinate. So these things are not always true that you find on the internet. I think if we wanted to do a formal salary survey, that is something that we could go out for at some point and not get conjecture and one opinion and limit it to Palm Beach County, though that is obviously part of the problem, cost of living realities, things like that. Thank you.
Sorry, I was just responding to we don't know what a manager should be worth. So I was trying to give you an idea
Okay.
based on what it is for surrounding communities of what a manager is worth in Palm Beach County.
And they
to at least
vary
those
drastically.
communities.
What was it? 120 was the lowest, up to
Yeah.
To
three, almost 400,000.
And then I can tell you as somebody who was part of a reevaluation type of survey, right? They don't necessarily, those companies that do those surveys, they don't necessarily pull like for like. They don't necessarily, I'm telling you,
They do a variety of search.
they do a variety, but it's we were getting stuff pulled from up here, whatever. So, yeah, the surveys are good, but I mean, it's just what they're putting out there, of course, not what they're approving. And and it isn't apples for apples. I mean, the closest thing probably we have, and it's not even really close, is probably Pahokee and Belglade, because it's a similar mix. But then again,
But
they're more
longer,
dense.
Faster area. and lower
It's bigger, lower density in spots, greater density in others. I mean, they got some challenges. So yeah.
Staff
So,
size,
yeah.
budget size. All
Yeah.
of it. It's important.
oh, sorry.
Okay, Todd. go.
Sorry, Todd.
Todd, go.
That's why I let you go first. You can't be mad now.
So we're not Wellington, but I can assure you the town manager in Wellington has an assistant town manager. We don't have two assistant town managers. And each one of them have their own, right? They have their own receptionist, right? Town manager has their own receptionist. So yes, we're not Wellington. But believe me, they've got way more resources over there to take care of their town manager. You can call here and get hold of the town manager. Good luck trying to call into town manager over there. If you got a flooding problem or something. We understand it's a lot different. However, here, our employees wear multiple hats, right?
Mhm.
And they've got to be trained in multiple things. Where in Wellington, the clerk doesn't deal with all the things that she has to deal with. Here, that clerk over there has a much simpler job where it's focused on just this. So we're not Wellington, but our people have to fill 3 or 4 hats. And that's worth money. And I'm not saying they should be paid more because of that, but it is a comparable job. So if our grader operator isn't making what the grader operator is in ITID, he's not going to stay here. He's going to go over there, right? I mean, the first thing is, how much do I get paid, right? Second is, how good are my benefits? Third is, how good is it to work here, right? It's probably a good place to work at ITD. Here, people get beat up on the graders. I mean, when I was on the council last time, they would bash the window out of the grader because they didn't like the way he was grading the road.
I have a video from a resident sent me the video of him chasing the grader down the road, telling him to stop.
Right. So, yeah. So, and those are the challenges that we have keeping employees here. And like Mary Ann said, it spent years to get these good employees, and it's good to keep them. And like you talked about, when you start having turnover, you got retraining and all that wasted time. So I don't think these numbers are pulled out of a hat when Francine is talking about raises and talking about trying to pay the people to keep good people here. Thank you.
Okay, Did we already do public comment? I don't even remember. Did we do, we did public?
So
comment?
I'll make
So
a-
Let's make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the budget, changing the millage from 3 to 3.2564, which gives approximately $180,000. Put that 180,000 in contingency, put the 675 under public safety to contingency. And I think that's it.
Are we working line item stuff here? Or is this,
I don't think so. We're just gonna go with this and we'll do line item next time because it's gonna address.
okay, I'm,
Right.
I'm
All right,
okay with that.
second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed.
Okay, passes 4-1. All right, we're on to a public hearing. Item number 8. We're back in order, guys. Oh, no.
Foolish mortal.
You can do it.
3 nights in a row, y'all.
Valerie?
May it not be a fourth.
Okay, item number 8, under the public hearing portion, consideration of approval on ordinance number 2025-08 on second reading. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, repealing ordinance number 2024-11, adopting the annual update to the capital improvements element of the comprehensive plan consistent with Chapter 163, Florida statutes, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date.
Okay, do we want comments first or
Public comment.
public comments first?
Mr. Sood?
Hello again. Manish Sood, 3765 E Road. You know, I came today with the hope that something has changed. But I have to tell you, looking at these behaviors, majority of our council, guys, you see what's happening here? I think these guys need to be replaced. Mr. McClendon compares hiring lobbyists to hiring a lawyer and spending 150,000. And in this particular item, there is 100,000 on hiring a lobbyist and rolling the dice, especially when the governor has shut down the discretionary funding. And we just saw the TPA grant has been canceled. You know, I have top lobbyist firm in the DC on my speed dial. I worked with the top US government agencies doing this. And I am seeing this with a town with a limited budget and with these kind of needs where we need people on the ground doing this canals and roads and not lobbyists. What we need are the council members with the courage, skill, and finesse to speak with county and with governor's office.
Excuse me, point of order.
No, you cannot do this. Sorry, stop.
Have to do with the item.
Nope, I am speaking. You have to let me finish. It's my 2 minutes, so please
But-
do
but
not
it-
disturb.
But we're supposed to be on this agenda. item.
Yes, please.
It's
You-
not on this agenda. item.
Okay,
You
I
know
am
what
speaking
agenda-
about lobbyists and I'm talking about lobbyists. It's in 100,000 in lobbyists in the capital budget.
We're
He's
not
referring-
talking about capital budget.
Okay.
Yes, that's what this is right now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
This is
I
the,
apologize.
Okay.
this is the capital.
Well, it's the cap.
I will get
It's the
my time
capital
back,
budget for
please.
this
At the
year.
clock. You
Okay,
disturbed
I
my chain of
apologize.
thoughts.
I
Thank you.
apologize.
Okay, once
No.
again, guys, sorry about that. I get passionate here. I have to calm myself down a little bit. What we need, and I applaud anybody from the people sitting here, smart people, apply for the town manager's job, guys. Apply, send your resumes, and I'll put my resumes too. If you are going to do this, open this job put it on the internet and let me see how many people apply with this kind of a package that she's getting, 200,000 plus with retirements and parachutes. I would like every job to be opened up and let's see who applies. I will put my resume in. Second, we don't need council members who cannot talk to governors, county people by themselves. Why can't you pick up the phone? Why do you need babysitters and middlemen? If I were you, I would focus on the power of our residents. I will canvass them, get a campaign, get them behind me, and then I will go to the county and the governor. You don't need babysitters in the middle. Every dollar we spend right now should go toward the real needs. When you do need lobbyists is when there are special situations, and we are not there. Trust me, we are not there. We need to spend every single dollar for our infrastructure, roads, drainage. Stop this 100,000 based on lobbyists. And for any job, if I see, and all of you are saying, send your resumes in. This is not good. Thank you so much.
Okay, anything else? Val,
No. Any other public comments before we move on? No? Thank you.
you have something to say? Anybody have anything to say? No? Okay. This is a second reading.
Second
Anybody wanna
reading.
Make a motion to approve it?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2025-08.
Okay, do I have a
Second.
second? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, passes 3-2. All right, number 9.
1 second to finish writing this motion. Thank you. Okay. Consideration of approval of ordinance number 2025-09 on second reading. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Waxahachie Groves, Florida, reorganizing and amending Chapter 14 Code Enforcement by adding Article 1 in general and Article 2 lien reductions and releases, amending Section 14-4 application for relief from code enforcement lien to provide general provisions applicable to lien fine reductions and releases, to adopt Section 14-5 special magistrate lien reductions and releases, to address reductions by special magistrate, to adopt Section 14-6 other lien releases, to address partial releases of liens and releases of unenforceable liens, and for other purposes, providing for conflict severability, codification, and an effective date.
I don't know who was first, Lisa or Todd. I'm sorry. Lisa was first. Okay, Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, there is a public hearing that
Oh.
has been scheduled at this time.
Okay, so we need to open the public hearing.
Open the public hearing, and as I indicated, I'm going to recommend that we continue the public hearing in the item until October 7th. But I do want to have a discussion with you all about it, so we can get further direction.
Oh, good. So that clarified one of my questions.
There you go.
That's why I was like, this is really a discussion item.
There's
right?
fatal flaws.
So, yeah, so in regards to this, I know that this policy, I think, Todd, I think you brought it up that, the concern was the magistrate lowering fines below a certain threshold. And I was curious, how many times has the magistrate offered to lower these fines below a certain threshold? Don't they tend to rely heavily on staff direction?
First of all, what I want to first clarify or indicate is an issue. Is this concept of a lien/fine reduction that is in here? As I indicated in my memo, that is something I want to talk to Glenn Torsivia and his firm about. Because of our vacations, we were not able to do so. I intend to do that next week. Get their research on the item, because there is a difference between a fine and a lien. Generally, it's a relatively short difference, but the special magistrate or code enforcement board, but everything that the code enforcement board can do, the special magistrate can do, has the ability to impose fines. And the way I read the statute, that power is plenary or absolute within the confines of state statute as to the limitations that can be imposed. Once the fine has been imposed and is recorded, it becomes a lien on the property. The lien on the property belongs to the town. And the town council then is the body that has the ability to deal with the lien release, lien reduction, all of those kind of things. What the previous ordinance or the existing ordinance did was the town council said, okay, we're going to set up a procedure with respect to lien reductions, that we're going to send that back to the magistrate, and we're going to basically abide by whatever they decide. This policy in whole attempts to put some limitations on what the magistrate could do. And with a lien, you have the ability to do that because it's the town's lien. And you all in this sense are the town and the controllers of what happens. So you can designate somebody like a special magistrate to have exercise that power. You can put limitations on their power. When it comes to the fine and before it becomes a lien, I don't think you have that ability, but I want to see the research that was done, if it was done by Glenn's firm. And with respect to the liens, the question becomes, okay, you have the power to limit that. And what is the extent of involvement that you want? One of the things here that in the ordinance as it's drafted right now, the way I read it and interpret it is that there's a petition that is submitted, and that all these things are considered before a special magistrate. That's really clear with respect to a lien reduction hearing. With the partial release of lien and the release of an unenforceable lien, you get into this section 14.6, and it is less clear as to whether that power remains with the town council or has been transferred to the special magistrate. I would like clarification on how you would want to do that. And then when you get to the unenforceable lien releases, that basically says, you know, for example, a lien that was properly foreclosed by court order. I don't know what we have to do about that. The court has already determined that that's done and over. I don't know why we would charge a process or get involved in a process in which the court's already made that determination. We can't say no. We really can't say yes. That was within the court's jurisdiction. So there are some things here. Now, there may be very good reason that Glenn's firm put this stuff in here. And rather than me research everything, I wanted to take advantage of their research. So I've got some questions as to whether or not that entire section on unenforceable lien releases should be in there. I really don't think it should. And then I want direction from you as to what process you want to be involved in. And I know that at least some of you have some ideas on that.
So you're going to be bringing some of that information back, you hope, by the October 7th presentation?
Well, with respect to Glenn's research and their whether or not this should be in there, yes, I'll bring that back. But what I would like tonight from you is, first of all, what kind of power do you want to give to the special magistrate? Do you want to limit it? That's clearly limited with respect to the fine reduction in here, or the lien reduction amount in here. Is that something that you want to do? Do you want to put further limits on it? Are there certain types of liens that you want before they go to the special magistrate to come to you to say, okay, we'd be interested, we would be willing to have the special magistrate weigh in on this? I know there was some discussion at the first reading on this about the idea of certain types of liens or amounts of liens having to have 100% of the council's approval. So need direction on how you want to go about that. As I said, once it becomes a lien, it's within your purview.
I thought we already clarified all this stuff. At the first, I thought we gave Karen a list of stuff. And at that first meeting, sorry, Jeff, I thought we already stipulated.
Karen is in the room. Maybe we can ask her that. Didn't we make a whole bunch of recommendations?
No less than 25,000. Yeah.
Did we already kind of muddle through this?
I'm just trying to cut some work out for you. I mean, if Glenn didn't transfer that to here, I don't know.
I understand some of that, but there were some things with respect to types of liens or amounts of liens that there was a suggestion that that needed 100% of your vote. So within the process, how does that happen? Do you want all these things to go to you? How do we differentiate between what comes to you and needs that 100% consensus before it can go down and have the special magistrate act on it?
I think it was kind of like two discussions. It was talking about one policy and then this one was kind of separate. But anyway, right? Yeah.
That is correct.
It was two, but I think what we had discussed last time can be included in here, right? So when we discussed it verbally about what we talked about, it wasn't applying to this, but we can make that apply into this.
And correct. So direction was given, information was provided to Jeff. Again, at the time, he wasn't the town attorney. So I think he was looking at the information, determining where there may be some gaps, which he indicated tonight. The idea, correct, Todd, was that we were doing the lien foreclosure, which is why you passed it on the first reading, with the idea that that 100% for life, health, safety coming to the board would come under a separate approach. And I think Jeff thought maybe we can include it all together, which was why he wanted to make sure, rather than, just deciding, wanted to talk with you first about
Well,
how
that-
we proceed forward.
That's kind of how I remember it. The health, life, safety thing was like, yeah, if it's gonna get reduced, it needs to come here, right? And everything else was
And
up to the magistrate down to 25,000 or something.
And so then the question becomes, what is what is life, health, safety? Because, that's not a ruling or a judgment that is made in every single magistrate case. The language in the statute, when it talks about life, health, safety, what it says is that in those circumstances where the code officer has determined that there is a life, health, safety issue involved, they can bypass the usual notice provision and go directly to the magistrate. And so are those the only kind of cases that you are talking about? Or there has been discussion about an expansion of that? And once again, where is it who's making the determination on the life, health, safety? Are you going back to whatever the special magistrate had in mind in the original order, and that was the generation of it? Because quite frankly, there's going to be very few cases.
Well, so explain why it would be very few cases. If the code enforcement officer goes out and there's an industrial site going on, right, with 20 semis there, why can he not say, I think this is a health and life safety issue, and move the case forward that way? And when it goes to the magistrate, you ask the magistrate, can you determine or make a determination based on what I've seen out there, that it's a health and life safety issue? And he checks,
Industrial use in
and
an
he-
agricultural
and he check-
community,
right,
yeah.
and he checks a box or whatever, he puts it in his order. And then when it gets to the lien and there's a lien and all that,
It's in
then
the order.
if it's in the order, right? If it's in the order that it was a health and life safety issue right from the get-go, it's a health and life safety issue. It's important to let the code officer know, we want those issues to be pursued as health and life safety, right?
Yeah, they get elevated more.
Correct.
Quick.
They get done
They
quicker.
get accelerated more
They-
quickly
they-
too.
they
and
get
take
done
less
quicker.
time, yeah.
The magistrate puts it in the order. We're requesting it to be put in the order because we have this policy. And then it's clear. Is that a possibility? Because Karen's shaking her head yes, and you're like.
I
"Eh."
do. I do understand what you are getting at. One of the things that is, once again, the statute basically allows that to become an acceleration of the hearing.
That's what we
Okay.
want.
Right.
So as somebody who has experience on both sides of the aisle, if I was looking at that from a defense perspective, what you have just done is opened up an opportunity for me to, you're bringing me in sooner, but then I've got a shot of, you don't meet the criteria of life, health, safety, and we argue about that. That gives me an open appeal, potentially, even if the special magistrate buys in, I've got a potential court hearing. So in most circumstances, my advice to the code enforcement officer in that is, let's bypass that particular issue and let's give them 2 weeks notice so that we can go through the process and I don't have to worry about that on appeal.
Can we not do both? Can we not say it's health and life safety,
So-
2-week process?
Well, and
Because keep in mind, the
but
appeal.
once again, that would be probably irrelevant to the determination. But I understand what you're after, and we will take a look at it from that perspective in more detail.
And when they appeal, the burden of proof becomes on their side,
Yeah.
not the town side. It becomes the violator, the burden of proof to prove to circuit court
It's
that
something-
is not health and life
It's
safety.
dumping industrial waste on an
Right?
property.
The
It's
magistrate
not-
determines
it's
health and life
health
safety.
Yeah.
They appeal it and it goes to
But
court.
the
The burden
initial-
of proof
the
changes.
I mean, he's not doing health and life safety because the grass is tall. The guy's doing health and life safety because they're dumping oil
Right.
and they're doing, or they're
Right.
dumping sewage, so, yeah. Like that was just done in Indian Trails a couple of weeks ago.
I understand
Yeah,
where you're
so-
going at, but that's not necessarily operating a business. Depending on what we're talking about, if you have actual dumping of, pollutants,
Every one of those semi trucks is leaking oil, right? We can all agree with that, unless they're an electric truck, which I haven't seen one around here. I haven't seen a Tesla.
I've
electric
seen a
truck
semi truck that doesn't make.
Is dropping
Yeah.
oil or hydraulic fluid.
All
It
right.
might be a teaspoon a day,
Well-
whatever.
Crap.
all right, I understand the direction. I'll move forward. I'll move
And the
forward
traffic.
with that
in
issue.
and out.
And
Pose a
and the
danger.
traffic coming in and out, it's not.
And you're right on the appeal if we're successful, but the initial burden is ours
Sure.
to the special magistrate.
Right.
I get
And if if they determined there wasn't life, health, safety, then your notice is gone and you're starting over from the beginning.
And that's fine.
Yep.
I'm fine with that, right? If we go to the magistrate
So we
says
lose
it's life
2
safety,
weeks or a month to
right?
try to
So then
accelerate it?
it's not like the case is
Yeah.
gone at that point, right?
No,
Okay.
no.
It's not like they don't have legal
But
training.
we don't let it wait 2 weeks because we're waiting
Right.
for the process. 'cause
That's,
it's health
we'll
and life
work
safety.
on definitions of,
Okay.
what
And then when it comes to the lien release, I think the magistrate shouldn't be involved in that. We are supposed to be controlling the purse strings, not a magistrate. So if there's gonna be a forgiven lien or a reduction in the lien, that should come from us, not the town manager, because we've seen hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars walk out the door. No, we are supposed to control the purse, right? And it needs to be us for the lien. The lien waiver, the lien reduction, whatever. The fines, I think we can give a recommendation. I know the magistrate doesn't have to go by it, but we need to set up recommendations where the
Yeah.
town says if it's health and life safety, we recommend no reduction in fine until they clean this up or whatever it may be.
but once again, from the code enforcement standpoint, before there is a lien imposed, the process of notice, the process of hearing, the process of recommending fines, and making the arguments to the special magistrate, that is not a council prerogative.
But we can,
The-
put- right, but we
the-
can put in our policy though, that if it's health and life safety, we recommend not reducing the fine while this gets
Right.
fixed.
Well, all right, once again, when it comes to fines and what the fine should be, you have a parameter of,
It's a fee schedule.
typically 200, typically
The state law
it's
prohibits
up to
it.
$250 for the
Right.
first one, up to 500 for the second one. You have $5,000 per violation with respect to certain types of
Isn't the only
issues.
limitation, we could recommend a
And-
reduction.
Yeah,
level, but
and,
we-
but the we is the staff at that level, not the council. And the power to give a fine of $50 a day or $200 a day, that lies within the special magistrate. The town can and does make recommendations as to what the level of fine is, but that's the town staff. So I just want
Why-
to understand that at
Why
that
did
point in
it-
time,
It doesn't have to be the town staff. We can have some parameters in there that say, this is how we want it, town staff. Right? If it's health and life safety, we don't want you to agree to anything less than 250 a day. If it's like health and life safety, don't go in there and say, okay, it's only two. Well, the town will
You-
agree to 200 a day. Why are they?
You can develop a policy that says the recommendations are going to be such and such for this type of case. But once again, that just goes to the recommendation. The actual power to levy the fine is clearly within the special magistrate. Yep, I know.
I understand that 100%.
Yeah.
But my point is, I don't want to just leave it up to staff where staff goes in and says, there was a nice guy. You know, I saw him at the bar last night. We had a couple of drinks and, we're going to recommend $100 a day while he cleans it up. And we're going to give him 2 weeks. No. This policy says if it meets this criteria, there is no reduction, right? It needs to get done. The council is taking this seriously and that's it. And it might make it easier on the, on staff where they can say, hey,
I was about
I
to
had-
say that.
I had a great beer with you last night, but
Yeah.
those 5 up there aren't playing games.
Yeah.
4, but that's okay. There's 4 up there.
5.
Well, no, but if you're one of the council, never mind. Go
No,
ahead.
he-
Done.
he was
One of the
playing-
ones
he was
drinking?
playing cutoff. He's playing cutoff.
You were the one drinking.
Yeah, he was playing cutoff.
I did have another question. So when a magistrate has ruled, and this could go to either of you. So the magistrate has ruled on something. Can the staff like dismiss that case, or can it only the magistrate then take action? So
I think
It depends on, depends on what you mean by ruled, okay?
so fines are being accumulated.
Okay.
That
Let's start off with
Okay.
the basic process. There is a notice of violation, notice of hearing. So you've scheduled a hearing. And at that point in time, somebody comes in and says, well, I'm working on this or doing this, or I think I've fixed it. Okay. The staff can dismiss the case or find it to be in compliance or continue it without the special magistrate being involved. Then you have the situation where the special magistrate has issued an order, and typically what you would hope in the first time you go around is that they have found the property to be in violation. They give the property owner a certain period of time to come into compliance, or that property owner faces a fine, which could become a lien. Prior to the fine assessment hearing, the code officer makes a determination that they've come into compliance, does an affidavit of compliance, doesn't go back to the special magistrate. Special magistrate's done. If the special magistrate has issued a fine, and not necessarily imposed a lien, but issued a fine, and the fine is running, then in order to do anything with the case, you can find them to be in compliance, and the staff can do that, and that would stop the fine from running. But anything to do with the fine or lien reduction would go through. If it was still in the fine state, you would go to the special magistrate. If it was in the lien state, depending on what all you determined, it would either come to you or go to the special magistrate.
So
Now it goes to the special.
if you have a property that fines are accumulating, magistrate has said, this is the situation, a code inspector cannot go and then dismiss the case. Like, there's a specific case this is involving, and that's why I'm questioning it. So
If there's a very specific case,
I'll call you.
what I would suggest is let's take a look at the
Yeah.
case
I
together,
was-
get all
I'm
the facts.
curious
and
about the process.
Then we can talk about.
I
what
guess,
And
and
you
the
want
other question is they
increase
can't,
this.
they can't arbitrarily close a case. The code enforcement officers arbitrarily close the case. If there's fines being like, there has to be a notice of compliance or whatever, it has to be a letter of compliance, affidavit of compliance, right? Stating that they've met their
Yeah.
burden, right?
Yeah, there should
So
be.
yeah, they can't just, after they've done, they can't just say, okay, you're.
I understand, but this would involve a case that this would play into this. So I'll
Probably the best thing
ask-
for us to do is to sit down and look at it
Okay.
together and then see what the circumstances were.
And if
rather than
somebody,
speak in generalities.
if somebody's in a case and is sworn in before the magistrate and then presents false information,
Mhm.
right? That's a legal proceeding, right?
Mhm.
They're sworn in, they're presenting factual information,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
So that is technically a legal proceeding.
Mhm.
So if somebody presents false information, what's that called legally?
Well, you could be subject to perjury, but
Mm-hmm.
we'd have to look at the perjury statutes. And there's intent, there's knowing things, all kinds of things that go into that. And that is something that the state's attorney would be involved in. We would not prosecute that one way or another. If we felt it was bad enough, we could make a complaint. But that would be up to the state attorney's office to decide whether they wanted to move forward on it. Certainly on your average code enforcement case, I'll go out on that big limb and say they wouldn't be interested in prosecuting the case.
Okay.
Perjury is real tough to.
All right, well,
the-
I bring that up at this
to
time
convict that.
because I'm aware of an ongoing investigation through the state attorney that involved this policy, and twice prior to this meeting, I was told twice that this policy was never voted on, and I was told it was never used. So as we are town considering the situation that we're in budget-wise, and we have talked about the situation with the town manager's contract running out, that I can tell you at this time that this policy was used. We used in the case of a sitting council member, and it is under review by the Attorney General at this time. And I think that we should be sure that we are following our due diligence and oversight as this town council in regards to that contract as we move forward. We should be very careful. Thank you.
Public comment?
Is there any public comment on this item?
Ms. Suchi?
Let's not close the public hearing because I don't want to incur the re-advertising cost and just continue this matter till October 7th.
And Valerie, I'll need the next meeting date to table this too, if you have it handy.
I think it's the 7th,
Yeah,
October 7th.
7, yeah.
Cassie Suchi. I don't find myself often agreeing with the attorney, Jeff, but I actually do agree with an attorney in some of
We
his-
agree all the time in reality.
I don't often do that, but you guys are elected as members to represent the public. You're not paying attention to the public. We have a current policy in place that gives approval discretion to a magistrate. It's in her expert opinion to base all the facts of the hearing and come up with a decision. The magistrate bases her information on all the evidence and pretty much relies on a lot from the town because I've watched a lot of the magistrate hearings. The public wants to see the code enforcement violators, the egregious ones, if you want to use the word punished, whatever, come in compliance, whatever. They're not seeing that. What they're seeing is our elected officials trying to go around the issue and let's lean reduce, let's do this, let's make it. And that's what's being all over. It was brought up in 2023 and the council prior agreed that we have a current policy in place that's sufficient. And we don't need all this wording and all this things that come up that Jeff is pointing out that is true in a lot of ways. As an elector of the town, there's a process that the electors have to dispute resolutions and ordinances. And within an hour of discussing that, I'm halfway to reaching the goal of disputing it. So I would suggest you don't pass this. You take into whatever the lawyer wants you to look into, come back with something better, and put it on hold till the public can see that code enforcement matters are being handled and not just touting
wow, we're doing all this stuff because we got administrative paperwork violation because somebody didn't fill out a paperwork. They bought an RV. That's what they're seeing. They're not seeing the RVs, whatever, the egregious stuff that's still going on. So I have petitions right here already. It's unbelievable, the overwhelming support. They want to see their government working. They want it to work for them. Then you can go into putting in fluffy, wordy policies or whatever, but make sure that there is no issues that were brought up by the attorney. So I would suggest you table this thing, don't pass it, or maybe put in the budget for a referendum vote, because I'm halfway there.
Okay.
All right. So, I mean, number one, I'm just gonna address it. Number one, this is getting tabled till October 7th because somebody's getting ready to make a motion to have a continuance till October 7th because it's a hearing. So that's number one. Number two, I've come to realize in my professional life as of late that, a lot of times when you have more definition of things, it's actually better. It's not good to just have broad brushes of things, because what tends to happen is when you have broad brushes of things and you try to use that broad brush, it leaves a lot of things open for interpretation down the road or on individuals. So if you give more definition of things, we actually give more tools to our code enforcement officers and things like that, in my opinion. So I mean, and I would say if it wouldn't be too bad or too hard, when we come back, talk about this at October 7th meeting, if we could ask if we have a consensus. Karen, is it possible we could just get a general report of how many open cases you have right now? And not right now, not right now, not right now.
October 7th.
October 7th. I know.
She was ready last.
So yeah, so I interested is if we could just have kind of what's open, what we've closed since or whatever since the first of the year or something like that. Just kind of little status report for everyone.
Fines and what?
Yeah, if we've what we've collected, et cetera, because some of that is some of what we do recuperate there is a what we call that cost recovery type of thing, right? So I think that's just and again, we're tabling it till the 7th, and I think we are concerned to refine this, and I'm glad that Jeff caught the stuff, and we're gonna take a look at it again. Todd?
I mean, before Lisa and I were sitting here, we talked about the existing policy and the problems with it and hundreds of thousands of dollars going out the door.
Correct.
And we weren't happy with that policy, right? It was no good. It wasn't working. So this idea of this is try to strengthen it, right? And stop that from happening.
Yeah, but there's been a lot of staff interference in the process.
I agree.
I don't think it's been the magistrate.
And I'm not saying this is be all fix everything, right?
Mhm.
This is something to move it in the right direction. If we wait to get something 100%, we're going to be here 10 years.
Mhm.
It's about trying to move it forward and trying to get it better than it is now. That's what this is about.
Yeah, don't like the term move it forward, but yeah, okay.
Right. So,
You made that very
Fine.
clear.
Yeah.
so yeah, based on that, I want to table ordinance 2025, make a motion to table ordinance 2025 to the October 7th meeting.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that'll be the continuation of the public hearing.
Yeah.
A continuation. Okay, on to item number 2. Todd, you and I both pulled it, so I'll let you say your reasons why you pulled it first, and then I'll say, if you don't cover mine, I'll tell you why I pulled it.
So this goes back to the consent agenda
Correct.
for the legal services, the bills that are there. Has there been any charges since Jeff took over, I believe on the 8th of July? We don't have any more charges from them since the 8th of July.
August.
I'm sorry, August.
There probably will be some charges. They'll be limited. For example, the consultation that we do on this item,
Right.
there may be some charges. I don't know. I don't expect anything big. They haven't been assigned anything in particular. I'm trying to think, when was our, when was our hearing on, the PK matter.
27?
August 27th. So I wouldn't be surprised if there were some charges relative to some phone conversations and some information that I gathered from Tanya Early with respect to that case. There'll be some very minimal charges. And these bills go through August 1st. They're dated August 11th, but I believe they were for their charges in July. So we'll also get charges for that first week when Glenn was still the attorney.
And has there been any council members that have reached out to them since the 8th, since it switched over?
I certainly have.
You have?
Yeah.
Through email or?
Yeah, through email.
Okay. Do you mind that? Can I ask what it was about regarding?
I think one of them was the manager's response to my inquiry that was frankly benign, and then it got brought up at the meeting to find out what the nature of the investigation was for the HR investigation. And there was a statement made by the manager in that email, at the bottom of that email, that basically said, there's nothing that's going to be found. There was a conclusion, and I reached out to Mr. Torcivia, not specifically to that, but because there was a reference in that email regarding the Torcivia suggestion regarding that particular employee that investigation was the genesis of. And I wanted him to speak to whether what was attributed to him was actually what was suggested. Right? So I wanted clarification because it was something that happened in the past, and I wanted some clarification on that. I believe that was the nature of that email. And subsequently to that, I also reached out to the investigator because in the email that we all received on July 11th, that said, do not speak with employees, do not speak with the manager regarding this matter, but you can speak with the investigator. So I reached out to the investigator because I was concerned about that final statement and I wanted clarification from that. And so I felt very much at ease taking that step. And I also found out that the scope of that investigation was directed mainly at the concern about procurement spending. And I don't know how the rest of the council felt up here, but I felt on July 11th, it was quite clear that we were spending almost $12,000 on an investigation to focus on the HR concerns. So I was concerned that this scope had been narrowed, and specifically it was narrowed by Mr. Kurtz, and that was addressed in my conversation with the investigator. So, and at the time he was not the town attorney when that scope was narrowed. So I have grave concerns about what the impression was that I thought we were moving forward with, and then what actually happened. So.
With respect to that issue, I think Councilor Ramey and I have had some dialogue or email exchange. I do not think it is appropriate for any of you to reach out to retained outside counsel without informing me, because all of those folks that are retained as outside counsel, they are in essence assistant town attorneys. They work under my direction because I'm the town attorney. And so that is not appropriate for you to reach out. With respect to former counsel, or anybody else that you guys want to reach out to, I have informed the council person that you can reach out to whoever you want, but we're not going to pay them unless it comes under my direction, because they're not retained for that particular matter. And I am the correspondence that the councilwoman refers to, and I believe that she was doing it in an innocent manner and thought that she had that authority. I have told her subsequently that I don't think she does. And I didn't appreciate the fact that I was not informed of it. But I think that's highly inappropriate. And I think it potentially gets into another area that's a potential charter violation, and that's got to do with interference of personnel matters. I'm not accusing the councilwoman of that. I'm saying we need to set some boundaries. When it comes to legal matters, go through me. You have designated me as the town attorney. I'll get together with the other attorney. I'll be the conduit. I may say, go ahead, talk to them. But think about this. If I don't exercise that control, number one, you've got billing issues because each of you could be spending an hour with them. And all of a sudden you're going like, how come the legal budget's out of whack? Well, because we're giving free access to somebody, then it's not coming through me. There's also the problem with the messaging and the direction. I am the person that does direct what is going to happen with the attorney and where they should look and why they should look. And there may be very good reasons with respect to that particular matter. And I don't want to get into it in any greater detail here, other than to say, you all directed that we go through a SWOT analysis. And I had discussions with Mr. Peterson, the outside counsel, advised him that was going on. And he and I both concluded that it would be a waste of time for him to explore anything more than the particular allegations of this former employee. And he has attempted to do so. The primacy of the purchasing issue was because the issue was raised, although I'll be honest, I didn't think there was much to the purchasing issue right from the beginning. But that was raised. We wanted it to get addressed. And all of somebody's purchasing authority had been limited during the pendency of the investigation. They were totally cleared. No problems with the purchasing issue. And all those people who were involved, who are still here, have restored the purchasing authority that they have. But with respect to personnel matters, that is an area that the council is not supposed to get into, except for inquiry. And when you're talking about an investigation of a personnel matter, that is not something that you should get involved with. You should likewise not be influencing the investigation by outside counsel, because that's my responsibility to discuss that through them. So I hope it will not be a problem in the future. I wanted all of you to be aware of that. I was going to bring it up during my comments. That appreciate it very much. That we all stay within our lanes. And right now, for better or worse, for the moment, you have me as the town attorney. So if you want to contact outside counsel, if you want to discuss a pending matter involving legal issues, call me, text me, email me, and we can move forward. As I've indicated in the past, there are some things involving legal issues that I will prefer not to put in writing, because it does become a public record, and I don't think that's necessarily in the town's best interest. But I am always going to respond to whatever you ask of me.
And anything I put in writing, including the last sentence of the email I sent you, was what was told to me.
Okay, are you done?
No.
Okay, go right ahead.
So as you were talking, I started thinking about something. We formally adopted you as being the town manager.
Town attorney.
Town attorney, sorry, I'm sorry. However, we didn't cancel his contract, right?
He had
resigned.
resigned, and so the
And
contract
that-
terminated.
That terminates his contract. Okay. Do we need to have a contract with him where if you need his assistance for something that we have to pay him his hourly rate, or how's that gonna work? Because I know when we've changed counsel before, there's been times where you've had to bring him in for something, right? Because he worked on the case or whatever. it may
Whatever it
be.
happens to be.
Right.
Yeah.
So is that something I guess you're gonna bring to us at some point?
If need be.
Okay, right now you don't think we don't need it. I mean, you're just gonna do a public records request with him or. a
Well,
15-minute
we're gonna
conversation.
sit down, and as I said, with respect to the wrap up on some matters, if they bill us for those communications,
Right.
I'll bring those back to you for approval.
Okay, I don't know how you bill us if you didn't have a contract.
Yeah.
That's kind of what was making me think
come
about.
afterwards for the approval. I mean, I guess
yeah.
if we need some overlap with Tercivia, then
Right.
we probably need an agreement.
Right. That's
Or,
my
yeah,
point.
because I mean, you don't have purchasing authority. She does, right? So.
Correct.
So is that how that falls? It's under the 25, even though he has a cumulative bill over the past year? Does that still fall under that? I'm just asking a question.
Yes.
You see the conundrum?
Yes. Well, no.
Anyway.
I'll answer the, I will.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
I will answer the question because that's to another issue. With respect to the purchasing authority, and I'll be sending you all out a memo on this. The way your purchasing the ordinance reads, the $25,000 limitation is per project. And the great example that I will give to you is if there was a tree that needed cutting over here in this part of town, and let's say that tree or trees cost $12,000, and that was done by the vendor, and that was the lowest bid that we might have gotten on that one. And then over here in another part of town, 6 months later, there's another tree or trees that need to come down. And that one cost $12,000 as well. And then 2 months later, still within that year, we've got another set of trees over here, and they cost $3,000. And once again, this vendor is
Right.
the low bidder. Your ordinance says per project. And that's a different project. That's a different project. And that's a different project if they were not linked in some manner. And even though that cumulative total is, in my example, I think $27,000, the manager has the authority to make that purchase, in my opinion, without coming to council, even though on the annualized basis, it is more than $25,000. I'm going to put that in writing to you all so you can see it. And if you want to change the ordinance because you think it really should be $25,000 a year, then we can address that in an ordinance change.
So
I think that the prior law firm had
So
misinterpreted.
the answer to my
that.
question is, if Glenn hands you a bill for an hour, $250 or whatever it is, then that's within the purchasing agreement. You don't have to come for approval.
Correct, but
There's no need for an agreement for any overlap,
yeah, but
right? That
yeah,
correct?
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all I was getting
That's
at.
us. But
I understand what per project means. I
no,
understand
no.
that, so-
The only reason I bring it up
Yeah.
and because it was an opportunity, and it is an issue that you will see a change in interpretation from the prior council and me on the issue. And if you want to have more limitation, we need to change the ordinance. But
Thanks.
Okay. Are you done? Okay, I have a couple of issues. In the past, on the legal bills, when the attorney charges us for having a conversation with a council member or an email with a council member or a phone call, that council member is identified by their initials. Somehow that dropped out. So on 7/11, 7/14, 7/14, 7/16, 7/17, 7/21, 7/22, 7/22, 7/22, and 7/23, there are meetings and or phone calls and or email exchanges with a council member. I would like to request before we consider paying this from Torsivia and Associates, the initials of what council member that was. And the second thing I would like to ask my fellow council members is, Paul, did you meet with Glenn Torsivia and staff on 7/22 to review the agenda?
All fairness, Mayor, that was dang near 2 months ago.
Would that be something you have marked on your calendar?
Possibly. Let me take a look.
Okay, Todd, did you meet with
No.
Glenn Torsivia and staff to review the agenda on 7/22? Marge, did you meet with Glenn Torsivia and staff on 7/22?
look at, calendar.
How about you, Lisa?
I don't even know what agenda there'd be on 7/22, so.
Well, there was a council meeting that night.
Oh, yes, that was your meeting. No, I didn't.
Okay, well, we were charged a half an hour for a review with a council member and staff of the agenda. However, Mr. Torsivia appeared at that meeting via Zoom that night. So I'm pretty sure that we would all remember if
Yeah.
we had a Zoom with staff.
It's on
So-
it's on my calendar.
You had a Zoom?
Yeah, that we had, no, it's on my calendar. That was our special meeting.
Did you have a Zoom meeting with Mr. Torsivia and staff regarding agenda review? No?
No,
Okay.
not that I
So
remember.
I think that we've been misbilled, which makes me question this entire bill. And I want those invoices, and I'd like a motion to not approve of this until we have clarification of those items.
We do have a public comment before you take action.
Sure.
Would you like that now?
Forgot that was a special meeting.
Two.
Cassie Suchi.
No.
You might not like me after this, Jeff. Sorry. Um, I was concerned about the little conversation and the nitpicking on, now we're gonna nitpick lawyers' bills, yet we have no problem spending outrageous bills on items in our budget. I just don't understand that. Maybe perhaps in the next meeting, you guys can explain that better to the public, because I'm completely flabbergasted out there. I was concerned about the direction of your conversation that the lawyer just had, directed at a council person. And I was concerned about the time of events that occurred during that, as the result of that. Apparently, you have a lawyer who's hired by the town, hires a third person to investigate some work thing, and you guys spend $12,000 on. And according to, I haven't seen it, but according to the whatever email you guys got, you're not supposed to talk to staff. And it seemed to me that the council person did what the council person was supposed to do. And the investigation was narrowed. The focus was narrowed from the original approval by the town council to something that it was not supposed to be. And which led to a conversation or a statement by the town manager at a meeting that there's not going to find much with this, or something about there's not much spending issues. So I'm concerned, and apparently this all happened before we had Mr. Kurtz as the attorney. He was the project coordinator, is my understanding following that whole conversation. The point of the thing is I think there was a little bit too much time on chastising somebody, because you guys run this town. I sat here last night and watched a temper tantrum from staff because they didn't like what our elected officials did on behalf of the residents of this town. Bravo to you guys for doing your job. Thank you. I couldn't believe the temper tantrum. And now I'm going to sit here and have lecturing
condescending is the way I took it, a condescending lecture when the council person was very clearly articulated of her actions and what she did. I don't know if it was misunderstood or not. I don't think that has any place in our hearings here, but I just wanted to bring that up. Perhaps our town needs to focus on maybe the issues of non-lawyers in our town staff performing lawyer jobs. That might be something we should focus on. And I'd like to hear more about some of the other issues that were talked about that staff might be doing in the previous topic.
Hi, Manish Su, 3765 E Road. People, residents, see what's happening here? This is an example of a compromised and weak council majority, weak. Town attorney is fiduciary to the council. Mr. Kurtz, these are your clients. These are your clients. You don't tell clients like this, hey, don't cross her lane and this and that. And let me explain a little bit more here. You were brought in as an employee by our town manager a few years ago. You were involved as an operational person just a few months ago. I remember an investigation where our mayor appointed herself to investigate certain employees. And this gentleman, Mr. Torcivia, was fired probably because he advised you not to do that. At any rate, you are conflicted here. If I was the lawyer of this employee being fired, I will rip you apart in the first hearing by showing your conflict of interest here. You should basically sit out. And I applaud Ms. Lisa here for doing what's right. She's the only person who is doing what's right. And if you guys don't have the IQ level, I'm sorry to say this, or the vision to handle a lawyer, you shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here. And I, as a resident, I'm making public requests. I want to know what investigation is going on, what has happened. I want all the information. I understand legal matters and you're going to put privileges and all that, but this is not right. This is exactly why we need a new leadership here. Thank you so much.
Okay, on to item number 10, which is a discussion item about the fee mitigation.
But we're not done with this
Oh,
item.
wait. Oh, that's right. I need a motion. If there's
So
gonna be
I'm
one.
gonna make a motion to approve resolution 2025-68, but I do want to discuss it after, if there's a second.
Second.
I thought we were looking for clarification on the charges.
Before we did it.
Yeah.
And I want to discuss that.
Okay, discuss away.
I don't want to. If this was my bill, my personal bill, I would pay it just to be done with it. It's like a divorce, right? Let's be done with it. Right? I don't want the name to come up again. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to see about it. I don't want to spend countless hours, bring it back to save 2 hours of charges. I want to be done with it. I want to be divorced and finalized. So I'm fine with paying it to be done with it.
Yeah, I mean, what are we just, we're just feeding 2 hours?
Yeah. Do I like it? No,
No.
but I've paid bills before I don't like either. And sometimes it's worth it just to be done with it.
I just feel like when you find one mistake, I mean, I know legal has
I'm
been
not-
something that we've been discussing for a while, that there were some discrepancies in charges and some extra charges. So, I mean, if I found $750 worth of questionable charges in 11 days and just one looking at this, maybe it requires looking back at some other
If it was
legal bills that were
$50,000,
charged.
Are we gonna get hired an attorney and sue him and all that? Really?
Mm.
Right? That's my point.
You have a point.
Be done with it.
That's, yeah, how far down?
You have a point. I mean, you do have a point. It's $11,183.10.
He's gone. It's done. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything good to say about him, so I'm not gonna say anything about him, but I want to be done with it. That's my point.
But again, though, what's the harm in finding out?
Because it's for what?
Pointless.
We're gonna end up paying the bill anyway.
Well, yeah, we're gonna pay in the bill.
And we're gonna
We
spend
kick the
cash
can down the
on it.
road. Yeah, so,
And for what? What's the reason? We're gonna end up paying the bill anyway,
Yeah.
right? So it's whatever.
yeah, but I mean, to go over his last year bill, it's gonna take a sticking forensic accountant. That's gonna.
Right, right.
I mean, I don't know about you. I don't have the time to dig through.
Well, I mean, we could give it to the FAC to take care of, but
We could. You know,
it's just a thought. I don't like paying, I agree with you. I've paid bills just to be done with it.
Right.
But I don't like paying for it, especially when I see something that didn't happen and then it becomes a matter of principle to me. And I start becoming suspicious about, well, what else did we pay for that never happened, that
But he's
didn't
not,
get
he's not here
noticed?
anymore, so we don't have to worry about him.
Correct.
Happening again.
Correct.
No.
You are correct.
If he was still here, then we'd start questioning, but it's not. It's gonna be, we're divorced, right? Let's move forward with it. That's not that. So,
I have no comments.
Lisa, do you ever?
I haven't yet.
Peanut vendor? Oh, no. Well, you've got your motion. Did you get a second? You
Yeah.
did. Okay, we're ready for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I'm opposed. Okay, passes 4-1. All right, now we're on to item number 10, which is the discussion of the tree mitigation trust.
Karen.
So Karen is going to make a presentation, but as you can see, we're having some technical difficulties. So she is printing off the presentation for you to follow along with her.
Speedy. Thanks, Karen.
That was quick.
Color copiers.
Oh, wow.
I apologize that we didn't have the PowerPoint. I'll try. Unfortunately, the audience doesn't get the benefit.
We're talking about trees and you just killed
Yes,
something.
we're trying to be green.
Just putting that out there, Karen.
Like that? I just thought.
Yeah, beautiful,
You're just
beautiful.
thinking. So anyway,
Ah.
so this was brought up at the last council meeting. You were talking about the fact that we have some monies that are placed into a trust fund and we needed some language to be added to our code in order to address the ability in order to expend those funds. So again, generally this comes into place when somebody has trees that they cannot locate on site. They can't locate it anywhere else on the property or any other property. And so what they do is they decide they want to then donate money towards the tree account that we then can use those funds for what purposes. And that's the discussion for us tonight. Because what I want to do is take this discussion, pop it into an ordinance. You'll let me know, do you want me to go to the ULDC? And we can talk about that, or do I go directly to the planning board and then to the council? But I do want to get a little bit of direction because we did talk a little bit about what generally these funds are used for. And I think some people in the audience, some of the residents indicated that if you're using it for tree mitigation, it should stay with tree medication, mediation. And I just wanted to go through mitigation. I want to go through a couple of those things.
Medication.
So the purpose here is going to go, what's the purpose of the trust? How much money do we have in an account? And then what are the uses that we're going to consider? Because that is a policy decision. So the first thing, again, the purpose of the trust fund, as I said, is basically in most instances, it's used for installation of native trees, typically on publicly owned property. So it's not meant to put money into account and it goes on a private property on someone's purpose. For us, it would go either, at town hall, on our easements, conservation, whatever we want to use. That's generally what it is. We do not have a section dedicated towards a tree mitigation trust fund. There's no section 12-45 or whatever it is that outlines what it is, which is what most jurisdictions have. We have a section that says you're allowed to go ahead and utilize it, but really it's really meant for the installation and it doesn't go into any further information, which is why we want to be here tonight. Because again, you give the direction as to what those monies can be used for. Presently, there's approximately $746,000 in the account. And by the end of the year, we expect approximately another $1 million to go in. So by the end of the,
In addition to the 746?
in addition to the 746.
Can you tell us where it's
So,
coming from?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell us where that's coming from?
So part of the funds came from solar system over here.
The million coming in and talking
And the $1 million is coming from the Gross Town Center,
Which is all the same.
which is all the same. Okay. So
I
now,
just want to make sure it wasn't the RV project.
oh, no. Gotcha. Gotcha. Understood. Typically the funds come from bigger projects, typically, not smaller projects,
That's a big
but
project.
yeah.
Sure.
So again, we have this money and it's been sitting in an account, and rightfully so. When we were talking about budgeting, we said, well, we have money. Let's use it, right? Let's determine how we're going to use those funds. So again, I provided, if everybody would kind of turn, this is general language, uses for consideration. I apologize, people. I know you can't read it, so I can show it to you, but you can't read it. But these are general discussion. I did do a survey of what other jurisdictions do regarding the monies that they have in these type of funds. And again, just to kind of, since they don't have a benefit, the considerations were purchase and planting of native species, trees and palms, landscaping within public right-of-ways, offsetting of consultants involved in the identification of native and non-native species trees, review of permits and plans provided for under this section, obtaining and planting tree mitigation sites, obtaining conservation easements, funding additional landscaping for development, obtaining and planting property for use as a park or arboretum, public education activities and events related to native trees and palm preservation and conservation, grant application expenses in relationship typically to landscaping, staff training in regards to, again, associated with typically landscaping, restore and create and take care of open spaces, natural areas, natural trails, wetlands and wildlife habitats. And then some of the specifics for us was update and put into action a water control plan that meets the state requirements, setting up a tree bank to help residents pay for planting trees through grants, enforcing tree rules and cover the cost of making sure people follow them, and support laws and policies that protect trees, nature, and the town's rural lifestyle. I will tell you that generally every one of these was done in another jurisdiction. I'm not going to say it was 200 of them did it. I would say typically when you talk about grant applications, education, it's less than those that say use the funds for planting or maintaining or, utilizing to buy property. So that just to kind of give you an idea. So from my perspective, these were what I saw generally out there as uses for this type of trust. So I'm basically looking for direction from council on whether this use list meets your direction or whether you want me to add something or delete something. And then after done with that, I do want to know whether the direction is to go back to the ULDC or whether we go directly to the Planning and Zoning Board. So let me start first with this list. If anybody has any concerns with anything on here, and I'm saying either add or to delete or to amend, obviously, if there's something language that you don't like. And I will, at this time, ask the council to give me some direction.
Lisa was first on the draw.
Yes. Great list. And I do like the Greenway Trail connection there. And we've often struggled with where do we get any money to ever get that going? So, but I will say, I would like to add something. I know that I think it was Pompano Beach. They took small plants. They were, oak trees. They were native plants, oak trees and a couple of different ones. And they did a tree giveaway. And I think that might be something that, we.
Wellington does it every year on Arbor Day. I always
Okay.
get them at my school and then.
We had a resident years ago donate a bunch of pine trees.
Yeah.
Small, right?
Right.
And I drive by some of them and now and they're 15, 20 feet tall.
Yeah, yeah. So I would like to see that additionally placed here and I think we could even maybe use some of that for
And
our
didn't
trail
we had
signage.
a tree grant for educational purposes, didn't we just
Yeah, it
have
was like
that? we
7,500,
applied for
2,500, 2,300.
$7,500, but
Yeah.
still, I mean, that could be used for some of this I was thinking of using that more for like these educational purposes and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but we
so-
had to decide about
Yeah,
that.
awesome. Thanks.
Okay, Todd, you were next.
So I just looked it up. So, and Jeff probably could answer this question because of a legal question. I know we could use this on purchasing land. And I know there's some vacant land over towards east of us that's actually in the municipality of Royal Palm Beach. And if we bought some parcel over there, obviously we could annex it into Loxahatchee Groves and maybe that would help start the process of converting some of those over. So it would be twofold. We would buy it as a site that we could plant and whatnot. And it would start removing some of that from Royal Palm Beach.
Discharge, which
Use it for discharge. It's like the biggest,
Either way.
the biggest thing. I mean, that's
But
what
the
we
point
were
is
hearing.
that
so
There
we-
is, there is vacant land over there that we could purchase. And how would that work if we purchased something in Royal Palm Beach? We could easily annex that into Loxahatchee Groves, right?
Is it actually in
Yes.
town,
And Royal Palm Beach, I just
in Royal
looked.
Palm Beach.
There's several there, but yeah.
You would have to go through a de-annexation process. It's not necessarily simple. It would probably involve a interlocal agreement with them.
How many mills are they charging?
We wouldn't pay anything.
Yeah, but if the owner of the property wants to de-annex, they can't stop them from
Right.
doing it. I mean,
Well,
Grossman did it.
de-annexation, you have to meet criteria in order to de-annex.
But isn't
uh,
the property, if it's considered.
De-annexing into from one town and then annexing into another. You need cooperation on the de-annexation just because on the one hand, the reasons for de-annexation are that you don't meet the criteria for being part of a municipality, and the next day you come in and say, oh, well, I want to be part of that one, and you have to meet those criteria.
Is there-
It's something we would work on in an interlocal agreement before we.
Adjacent Loxahatchee Groves?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is
Oh,
it
oh.
adjacent to or within Loxahatchee, surrounded by, is it?
It's adjacent to.
What? Yeah, there is, because there's gotta be connectivity.
Right.
Right.
That's adjacent to.
Well, there,
Yeah.
we
It's adjoining.
we'd have to take a look at it, and I think it would probably involve discussions with the other municipality before we move forward if the primary purpose was for annexation.
And to be clear, I don't know who owns the property. It's not like I'm trying to
Which-
buy some
okay.
property from somebody I know.
Which one is it?
Well, there's several. Remember the houses that we annexed
Yeah.
several years ago on.
Grossman.
Oh,
Those houses next door.
Doc Smith's old place.
There's
Yeah,
a small
yeah.
parcel,
Doc
on the
Smith's old place.
small parcel on the south side of that. And
Okay.
then if you come this way to the west of it, there's like two 10-acre lots. One of them is nothing but a pond and the other one's heavily wooded.
And
It
that's,
might be five- it
and
might
it's
be
not
5
owned by the
acres.
hospital?
No, no. So in fact, I think one of the owners approached the town several years ago
Really?
about wanting to develop it. Trying to see if they could come into Loxahatchee Groves to develop it, and it went nowhere. This was back when Underwood was here. But anyway, so that's a potential site that could be bought. And it would be
And that's
two
what we
poles.
need water retention.
And it's got a pond on it.
One of them's got a pond. There's two of them. I think there's two 5-acre lots.
Right.
One's got a pond. I think that pond though might be part of the charter school, so they
Right.
might be able to sell it off, right? But
Right.
There's a parcel behind it. And there might be other parcels over there, but that's my point, is try to do two things at the same time, right? You know, a mitigation site for trees, water storage.
Yeah.
It helps try to get
Where's-
more land into Loxahatchee Groves.
There's been some speculation about that anyway. There's a couple of.
Would we have to pay taxes on that to ourselves?
That's what I just said. What's the mills on that one?
We can't collect it
Yeah,
all.
yeah. What's the? No, I mean, there's been some talk about this for a while because there's a couple spots around town that I hate to use the word
That are like gaps.
undevelopable or whatever, or something like that, but you know, it's either a total wetland and the cost is, you know, to develop it would be, so you could probably use that, put boardwalk in, whatever, you know, kind of natural area, et cetera, or something. So, I don't know. It's a good,
That's kind of the beauty of buying it outside Loxahatchee Groves, because we're not taking it off of our tax rolls.
yeah, right?
Taking it off of somebody else's.
Remember, once it's yours, you got to maintain it.
Paul?
Yeah, if I add along to the greenways, equestrian trails, you know, of course, we like to call them multi-use trails these days. But yeah, the trail signage.
Okay.
You're not saying that's where we would, you know, but that's, we've all been pushing for, you know, signage for years. We've approved signage, and, you know, I didn't mean to yell at Craig last time we were talking about signage, but yeah, I'm like, we already picked these out. But you know, this might be, you know, it's a small and a drop of what's there. So I would include that. But yeah, great list. I like it. It's moving forward in a positive. Oh, did I say that? I'm sorry. It's moving in a very positive direction, and that's what we're about. So
So I think what you're hearing is that your list is a great list.
Great list.
And
ULDC.
and that we would like to buy land for water retention, and that would make put a smile on Richard's face. That would put a smile on the residents that live in some of these areas, face,
Does
citrus
it-
and all that.
does it really need to go to ULDC or planning at all?
I would say it probably just needs to go right to P and Z, don't you think? I mean,
It has to go to P and Z because they had to make a recommendation to you in regards to the change. It's in the code.
Oh, and changing the code.
Yeah.
yeah, right. That's what we're
If
talking.
you were here last night, Craig, we talked about that. Okay. All right. You're behind, buddy.
So
We're
what-
great.
I think the consensus is it can go straight to P and Z. There's really
Perfect.
no reason for it to
Right.
go to
Sounds good.
UDC. Anybody,
I have-
everybody agrees on that?
I have one question and it's directed to you.
Why any ointment?
With respect to any land acquisition, if the town were to acquire it for one of these purposes, is that the exclusive purpose? For example, if there was a site, and I don't have any in mind, but if there was a site that could be acquired and we wanted to relocate facilities, would it be acceptable to have the relocation of facilities and on half the property put the forest or whatever it happens to
Like
be?
move Public Works to a different location and then restructure the Public Works area because.
Yeah, and use
commercial.
those funds
Right.
to acquire that land, yeah.
Well, we need a retention point anyway, right?
Well, my thought,
Hypothetically speaking.
my thought is if, what is the yard over there right now? An acre?
Yeah.
So if we ended up with the same, so my point is, if we bought 5 acres and you used an acre to put it there, and we did 4 acres of tree mitigation, and then we still did tree mitigation on the existing, so we still had 5, I would be good with that. You follow what
Right.
I'm saying?
Even
If-
swap.
Right, so if we're buying 5 acres, I want it 5 acres for tree mitigation or water storage.
So like
And-
2.5,
No,
no.
no.
Okay.
not,
just-
that's me. I think we buy 5 acres, we're using these funds, then it needs to be used for trees or water storage.
I think that if
Right.
opportunity,
Right.
whatever opportunity comes up, if there's a good 2.5 opportunity that we could buy outright with the whole amount, I would certainly bring it to us to look at, those are some things you're looking at.
But
But
what-
also couldn't, can I just elaborate on something before you continue? Wouldn't it be possible for us to purchase another piece of property and move Public Works onto an acre of this other piece of property? And then sell that Public Works land, which is in our commercial corridor, which has a higher value, and use that to offset some of the cost as well.
There's too much of an easement on that property for it to be ever used to anybody.
Too much of an easement.
Yeah.
There's a
who's the
large
easement?
power.
We can't
Us
give up
power.
6-foot wide right of way that the town owns, and then there's a 30-foot easement on that.
We could give up the easement if we own the easement.
Yeah. It's a
That's
joint.
Feeder, right, if you go to look at Public Works building, there's feeders that run right down there, and they're maybe 10 feet away from the pavilion.
Well, I think it's something to look into.
But if the plaza brought it and they have a 4 area ratio, they could use that land and build something on the other portion and use that as part of their 4 area ratio, right? That 1 acre, right?
Right.
So
or
Yeah,
it
parking.
would have a value to
A
them.
third of it is parking or something, yeah.
Would they-
Their property. undeveloped.
Right, but at some point, I mean,
At some point, somebody's gonna wanna buy that and
right,
update
I
it.
mean, he
and
talked
do
before
whatever.
about adding on to it, right?
Right.
So.
It's just a thought. So that is a possibility as well.
Well, yeah, and the only reason bringing it up, you're absolutely correct. We could always bring something to you. But if you've got an ordinance that is directing a specific limitation, and the council says, oh, that's a great idea, then you're still going to be limited by the ordinance that you passed until you also pass
Yeah,
that
I
addition.
wouldn't put a property size in it for buying
Mm-hmm.
property. I would just say the projects have to be brought to council and then they decide.
Well,
whoever
and
the
that, and
council
that's
is
the
at the
thing,
time.
any purchase or any decision about this would have to be brought to a council. So my understanding is, what I'll call mixed use, is acceptable so long as, you get the value for value.
If we buy 5 acres, we want 5
5
acres of
acres,
something.
okay.
Not building.
And you want that in
Right.
the ordinance, and that would be limiting, even though, as the mayor said, if somebody came to
You want the
with a
number
great
of
idea.
acres?
No,
No,
it's
no.
equal. If you
No,
buy 2
it's-
acres
yeah.
and you want to split it.
Like for like.
Right, right. If you buy 2 acres and you say we're gonna move Public Works to 1 acre, then okay, that's fine, and the other acre is gonna get tree mitigation or water storage, and then the old site where the old public work is.
That
it
would
would
get tree
become, that
mitigation,
would be the 1
yeah.
acre, right?
Right,
That's my point,
okay.
my thought.
Okay, yeah, I think what he was thinking you were saying is it has to be
No,
5
no, no.
acres, but no. that
No, no,
was
no,
what I
No,
was
yeah,
saying.
there's
What I
not
was-
only 5 acres. It needs to be a like for like swap.
Like for like swap,
So-
got it.
What I was
Oh,
actually
you have one
thinking
more.
is to give you flexibility.
Lisa has
You,
one more
you,
thing.
you inadvertently said medication. I actually.
Is it time?
Sable palms that have sable palm disease. And I mean, they're just like pop, pop, pop. They just turn brown and they're dead within like 3
What's
weeks.
sable palm?
I think it's a bacteria from what I researched.
Where does it come from?
I don't know. I talked to IFAS, right? And IFAS is like, well, yeah, and you could do this. I said, does the state care? And they're like, well, no. And I said, then I don't care. But yeah, they're dying all over my property. They're dying on my neighbors to the south, to the north. And from what I understand is that if a sable palm dies with this, you can't put another palm tree in that location. It won't live, which doesn't make sense to me because if it's bacteria, why isn't it? Anyway, do we want to have maybe something in this that should we see some kind of tree blight,
brown,
right?
yeah.
That some kind of blight that maybe that some of that funding could go that way, right? Anyway, medication, mitigation.
Medication.
Dead.
Medication.
We're gonna medicate the palms.
Mediation.
There we go.
Yeah.
Medication.
Okay. Did you get enough direction?
No, perfect. And I'll try to move it as quickly as I can.
And
Mayor.
nobody has anything else to say about this?
Mayor,
No.
Okay, then we're on.
Mayor,
Wait,
Oh,
we have a public comment.
speaking.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's past your bedtime, Manish.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Once again, Manish Sood, 3765 E Road. Thank you. Great effort. You know, residents paid into this fund with the clear expectation that their money will go into the ground, such as trees, habitats, wetlands, protection, environmental improvements. I don't think anybody thought they will be building buildings here to store and this and that. And that's exactly the reason, you know, when you have slush funds, this is what happens, right? So I see that this fund says in the memo I read, items such as staff training, grant writing, enforcement costs, public relations, education events, other administrative overheads, etc., etc. These should not be allowed. Definitely not. So please keep this fund focused on what it was created for, please. Direct environmental mitigation, tree replacement, environmental, wetlands, nothing more. Thank you for your time.
Okay, are we done with public comment? Oh,
That's okay, go ahead.
I have a question. How long can we keep the tree mitigation fund? Do the funds in there have a time limit to be used? I have a suggestion. Instead of trying to plant them now, there may come a time, we've been lucky so far with hurricane seasons, that we haven't gotten hit. So maybe we keep those funds there for a time when we can use them to replant, whether it's replant around here or one of our parks that we have and don't have. That's my suggestion. Don't just do it kind of willy-nilly, because trees go at the drop of a hat when you have a massive blow. The only ones that really stand are palm trees. And we have a lot of pines and we have a lot of oaks, you know, that can go. So that's my suggestion. Leave it there. Don't be buying property that with money now we don't have because we were just trying to cut a budget. So trees are trees, and someday we may not be so lucky. There's a storm out there now. We don't know where it's going to go, but keep the trees for trees when we can plant them. Thank you.
okay, Paul, I think you beat Lisa to the draw this time.
Yeah, I listen, I applaud the passion, sir. But you know, if we're gonna talk, let's talk straight, okay? So when we talk about applying for grants or grant applications, it would all be in the. I'm addressing, yeah. You know, just you made a statement. I'm gonna make a statement. All right. That's what we're talking about. When we talk about staff training, we're not talking about sending somebody to an accounting class. It's talking about, you know, all in the same lines of making sure that our staff is educated in the environmental aspects of everything. So we're not out code enforcing the wrong person for cutting down invasive species, so to speak, right? You know, I say, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Hold on to the money. Yeah, we're not saying go out and buy the land tomorrow. We're not saying we're trying to design something that is going to give the ability down the road. We're not saying to go buy a piece of land tomorrow. I get what you're saying, but the reality is we don't have a lot of green space for us to plant trees on. We talk about the town has a little park that was given to it by Palm Beach County via the LGLA or something like that off of 24th Court and C Road. And when I tell you, yes, when I tell you it's a little piece,
The park bench.
it's this big. I mean, when you look if you look on the county plat map, it is very small. It's actually it's the property that's owned is like
The property owner.
and somebody uses it as an egress point too. So, you know,
You can still cross it.
right. And it's encompassed within like 2 acres of town land, and part of that's the road. So, I mean, we're just looking for avenues. Grant, we're going to be hopefully by the end of the year, by Karen's calculations, we're going to be up close to $2 million. And yes, we would be able to replant some stuff that's dying, some stuff, look into, disease tree, mitigation or things like that. I love it. But, there's other stuff that can happen as well. So to say that, we're just going to run out and buy some land, or we're going to run out and pay for some training. We're not paying for Richard, to get trained on how to drive a tractor. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's the point where this is going. So yeah, unless you're going to take out an invasive tree, right? With that skid steer. So, I mean, it's, and again, this is just a conceptual thing. Karen's still got to draft everything, bring it back. We're going to take a look at it. I think Karen's been very good in the past and recently about taking everybody's input, not just ours, and putting it into, somebody asked earlier what the community standards person does. And this is what she does. That's her. And this is what she does. So, I think she does a real good job about that. I think when she brings something back, I think we're going to it's going to be a cohesive document that we can all be proud of. And maybe we're going to have some tweaks. Everybody always has some comments, right?
And Hyde Park still needs trees.
And Hyde Park still needs trees. So, hey, there you go. So, yeah.
These,
3 tornadoes on my property.
Francis, Jean, and Wilma and the pine borer beetles took 21 slash pines off my property. So I feel your pain.
All right, Lisa, you have a comment?
We may remember the LGLA had a lady come and talk about pollinators. Remember that?
Yeah.
And I think
And she
one
was cool.
she was awesome. And one of the concepts that I
She was
think we
from-
floated,
I think it was Mounts.
Was
but
she?
I'm not positive.
I thought she was independent. Anyway, one of the ideas was looking at planting pollinating plants on canal banks that didn't, like mimosa that is a ground cover.
We talked about that years ago at the Water
Right.
Control District. And it
And-
never took.
And perhaps we could maybe take some sections of the canal bank and experiment with pollinator plants that would help stabilize the canal bank and minimize maintenance as far as mowing, because like mimosa only grows like this tall. It's evil to get rid of, but it is a native plant and it's it has a nodule. What is that? Anyway, I should be better with my plants. No, it's like a legume, right? So
It is like a legume.
so
And once it's planted, we're stuck with it. So we just have to make sure we want.
well, it's
to.
native. It's
Yeah,
native.
yeah, I know.
So yeah, I think that would be another addition that might be interesting and to maybe move forward with some testing sites for the canal banks. And see,
Perhaps where we have like the most erosion or something like that and see if.
yeah, see if it really works,
called
because if it
is.
minimizes mowing, we'd be
Stay
killing
like-
2 birds with
stay
1
close to
stone.
the bank.
Right.
Yeah. So, and when we inadvertently spray the vegetation in the water, that gets on the thing and then stuff dies and then some dirt slides. And so, yeah,
That doesn't happen.
add that. Never. No, vertical sand.
I think it's a great idea.
So, yeah.
Yep.
Add that to your
To
list.
the list.
I don't know. Thanks, Karen.
Okay. Now, are you done, Lisa? You're late.
No,
So-
sorry.
Okay. All right, then I'm ready for the town manager's comments.
None tonight, thank you.
Okay, and the town attorney
None tonight.
and the town clerk
None tonight.
And the Public Works Director.
Oh, I'm good.
PD Standards Director. And we're obviously not the Chief Finance Officer since he isn't here, so we're on to council members' comments. Councilmember McClendon.
So the first thing is, we had this issue a couple meetings ago regarding, was the meeting for 5 o'clock or was it for 6 o'clock? And town staff sends out calendar invites when we have meetings. And I look at my calendar, I live and die by this thing. And I look on my calendar and I can see I'm the only one that said yes to that meeting at 5 o'clock. But every one of us sitting up here got the invite and didn't say, no, I can't be there at 5, and didn't hit no. And then it became an issue. And I talked to the clerk and she's like, I'm like, how do you deal with scheduling 10 people? Well, I got emails from this one, this one calls in, this one might text me. How do you keep track of a meeting with 10 people that way? It's so much more efficient to use the calendar. Because not only I can see it, she can see it, everybody can see it. And then it reminds you, you got a meeting tomorrow at 5 o'clock. And we need to be more efficient, and we need, as a town and as a council. And I implore you all to start using that. It helps town staff be more efficient. It helps with the issue like what happened with the 5 or 6 o'clock. Because if you saw it, yeah, I remember Lisa said she can't be here at 5, but if you had it on your calendar and saw it, you would have went, I can't be here until 5. I told you that.
Yeah,
You
I don't live and die by that thing, but sometimes I remember to click and sometimes I don't remember to click, so.
Right, but my point is, can we try to do that? Because
Sure.
like I said.
It helps,
The-
it makes her job a little
Yeah,
Way
easier.
easier. And I mean, I even got into Francine. I'm like, Francine, you didn't even do it. You didn't put yes on it. And she's like, I know, but I used the calendar. I'm like, but you didn't hit yes. There's 7 people on there
Right.
and I'm the only
You get
one.
reminders whether you say yes or no or not, but
Yeah,
yeah.
but I constantly use that calendar.
You didn't
You
hit
can,
yes.
I know I didn't hit yes. I know. I'm not saying, no, but you can ask her. I've like consistently since I've sat here in this chair, I've said, Valerie, can you please send me calendar invites? Because I
haven't seen one that you said yes on.
because it's just in my phone, Todd.
So you have it.
I'm gonna be here. The issue, listen, the issue was, I'm gonna tell you right now, the issue is I think I replied to an email, but I just looked at it and every council meeting is at 6 o'clock. It did not dawn on me to look at the time,
Yeah.
just that the date was here and that's what it was. So oopsie, sorry,
And I'm not,
you know.
I'm not blaming you for that part.
Yeah.
I'm blaming you for not hitting yes or no.
Okay. Even if I would have hit yes, it would have been still thinking it was 6.
Use the tech,
Could you-
use the tech.
Exactly.
I'm with you.
It's Valerie that's got to keep track of that.
Send me a reminder, Todd, if I don't say yes.
No, that might be breaking the sunshine.
Of course, the
And
intent
Valerie
is-
doesn't have to follow up.
The intent is to make Valerie's job easier.
Absolutely.
And that's what we're trying to do, right? More efficient. We have this technology. I love it when I see Anita pull out her calendar. She's got a big book. How do you do that? Do you have a Rolodex at
And he
home
makes
too?
fun of me every time, and yes, I do. have a Rolodex.
Okay, boomer.
You know, I just saw an address book in Walmart the other day. We're buying some stuff for Keelan's paid to derail, but you said Rolodex. We were buying, and there was an address book like you used to write in. And I said to her, I said, who uses this anymore?
Me.
I got my answer. Boomer.
Mother.
And Lisa's mother. My
Lisa's
sister's
mother.
Lisa's mother, and my mother.
So my next thing is,
So, see, and Marge. Ah, see, I'm in good company. I'm sorry.
Right.
Go ahead, Tom.
so my next thing is, with sunshine law, we can't discuss things outside of here, right? I want to have that ability to be able to discuss things, not what's just on the agenda, but things in general that we want to put on the agenda.
Right.
Because everything has to filter through them, and then there's possible sunshine law violations. I want to start having workshops where we're there, staff doesn't even need to be there, right? Whatever the minimum requirement is, that it's recorded and that sort of thing. That the 5 of us can sit down and talk, and we don't have to have an agenda. We're just here for a workshop. We're not voting on anything. We're just here to talk. If you want to have it the Monday before the meeting and we do discuss some of the things on the agenda, fine. And I want the community to be there with us so they can interact with us and we can bounce things off each other, just like we would if we were having dinner together somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So there's ways
An
around.
informal conversation.
Yes.
I love it.
I
It's
think It's a
great.
great idea.
When do you want to do it?
We voted to have second meetings. Let's have second meetings again.
Well, I don't want to
No,
have a
but
meeting.
We don't want
I know.
Well, no, that's, let's, and we'll have a second meeting. Let's have a workshop, I think is what she's saying,
Right.
right? Is that what you're saying?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Great.
And use your words, right?
So let's do it. Can we schedule that?
Tell me when.
What is the minimum requirement for the sunshine law? Do we have to have a clerk there or?
Yes,
Recorded.
I have,
You have to be
we
in the
will,
room?
we have to record it so that way I can take minutes, and it does need to be advertised. Now, the agenda can be, very simple in terms of what the discussions are. I would suggest that maybe whatever you are planning on discussing,
We
you
don't
might
have an
want to.
agenda. I just want, we're having a
There-
workshop,
there-
and it's open, we're
there-
not voting.
There has to be an agenda, but the agenda can be
Open discussion.
discussion of future matters,
Right.
Okay.
you know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Town
yeah,
council
right,
cocktail.
and that's what I was kind of getting at, that it could be a general statement.
As little work as possible.
Drinks
is what he-
before and after.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
may I ask a question, just because I like clarity? So when you're saying that you want to have these workshop sessions, in my mind, it sounds to me that you want to basically have an informal environment where you can kind of round table it, right?
Yes.
So would you want to have these meetings in the conference room? Would you want to kind of sit here at the table and have a round table? Do you,
We can
things
sit-
to consider, do you want it,
So there's room for
do
the
you want it
public
on
if they would come in.
YouTube?
Right. I mean, we can sit right here. If there's not enough room, then I
One
guess we can move
request,
up here.
can we put a time limit on it, like a 2 hour?
Sure.
Okay, because I don't,
Hallelujah.
because I mean,
Right,
if
and-
there's drinking involved, it could get a little crazy.
Didn't say her-
Saying.
I'm not saying we can't have cocktails, but
Tracy's bringing the margarita.
whatever you're bringing, that's fine.
Margaritas.
He's gonna check you to do it.
Where's the police officer? We will not be driving after this meeting.
Right.
And can we
Yeah.
agree that this is for council to interact, and we're not gonna have the commentary with that, we're not gonna use a half hour before for things
Yeah,
like
it
that,
was just
but that.
Right.
can-
So no public comment.
No.
No,
public
no,
comments will be
no,
fully involved.
Say no public.
Yeah.
comment. We
Fully
can-
We're gonna have a half hour in the
Wait,
beginning of this.
If we start at 6, we start at 6. We don't
Right.
have a
There's not a
six
time
to
there. and
6:30
there's not a time.
non-agenda items,
Right.
because there is no agenda, so that would be
Yeah.
kind of silly.
There's no
So-
time
Open.
clock. It's as minimal as possible. It's 5 of us and maybe 5, maybe 10 residents. And it's super informal, just like I said, if we were having dinner at Booties or something.
Yeah, and if somebody has a question, they can ask it, understanding that there might be certain things that we can't answer.
There's table.
Yeah.
service there.
Or is this meeting,
Cassie's ordering pizza. That's what I heard. You're ordering pizza, Cassie?
That a member of the public couldn't bring us a couple of pizzas. if
I'm
they-
just saying.
As long as it's less than $100.
I don't think we can.
I don't think we
Well,
have alcohol there.
Oh, yeah, I don't.
Give you 120 to each of it.
I don't think we can.
How
You-
Valerie, what
you
do
want the
need?
meetings televised on YouTube live stream? Yes, okay.
And if you don't have to sit in here the whole time, you start it up and you walk out, that's good. You can go back and do it if you got other stuff to do.
We don't need a babysitter.
Right,
Okay,
right.
and okay, so then
Possibly an officer.
what days do you want this, so we have a
I'm
schedule
open.
and the time frame? I know you said 2 hours,
Six
so.
o'clock seems to be
The last Tuesday,
Can we not do the third Tuesdays?
the third?
And that way, if they do get converted to a meeting at some point, that's a kind
So-
of standing date.
So it would be the third Tuesdays. And if there was land use items that you were going to consider, the meeting would become a land use
And not have it that much.
and not have a workshop and,
Potentially.
Right.
yeah.
I think this comes down to what we said yesterday. Town council is an executive board. We're conducting business. We should have standing meetings on standing times. They shouldn't be varied. Here's the calendar. If there's a land use application, well, there's a meeting on this day. It starts at this time. Would you like to be on that agenda or not on that agenda? So yes.
Yeah,
But I do think we have to agree as council that meeting, we would agree to see it. It shouldn't just be assumed, right?
That we would.
Like, let's say we had the third Tuesday of November
Mhm.
and we were gonna have a meeting and all of a sudden we pops up with our agenda and now there's a land use thing on. I think we should be asked, right? It's not just assumed that it could become that,
Well,
yeah?
yeah, that's what I was asking. Is it, first a land use meeting, and then if there is no land use on there, it becomes a
No, I think
workshop?
the other
Yeah,
way.
but land use meetings take.
I think the other way
all night
around.
long.
I think our
Yeah.
workshop takes priority and if somebody wants to do an application on that date, we should be asked if we want to give up our workshop and have a.
I got something in between. We can still do the workshop at 6. If there is something needed, we stop it at 7 o'clock and switch.
Yeah, we limit it to an hour
Right.
instead of 2 hours.
But do you
Yeah.
want to be informed that that's going to be coming forward?
Well, we would be informed. They have to advertise it, what, 30 days ahead?
And we get an agenda.
Am I right?
Yeah.
on that?
So
Not 30, what is it?
they would say, we're cutting your workshop from 2 hours to 1 hour.
10?
10.
10.
Yeah, or can we cut your workshop from 2 hours to 1 hour?
Right.
So theoretically,
Do we have to vote on that then? That's my point.
we could say
My point is.
that we got to know before
Say-
this meeting,
So the question is,
be in that meeting.
if we limit it to 2 hours, if we're saying we're going to limit it to 2 hours, if we put the codicil in that if a land use comes up, we would be willing to cut it back to 1 hour and then consider the land use afterwards to keep that Tuesday slot open, for lack of a better term. The question is, does that require a vote to do that, or could you poll by email the council members to make sure that they're, to ask yes or no?
Or by the calendar.
You're doing that, or by the calendar?
But,
Oh, that date.
well, yeah, but I mean, so it's a minimum, Jeff was just saying it's a minimum or minimum 10-day advertisement for that. So if we're notified by this meeting and make the decision on this meeting, whether we're gonna add it, that's all the,
It's not, I'm not saying, I'm fine with being notified. My point is, do we have to vote? to
oh,
change
the
it?
question is, do we have to vote to change our workshop
Right,
to a,
right.
Do we have to vote?
or do we have a standing rule?
We have a standing.
No, you can have a standing rule that
Perfect.
if there is a land use item that is going to start at 7, you'd still have your workshop at
6 to 7.
Okay,
If there's
Right.
nothing, you guys can go to
Six
to 8.
8 o'clock.
okay, perfect.
I like
So
it.
are we scheduling one this month?
Early to go to Boonies at 7:30.
So if you wanted to schedule one this month, it would be September 16th.
I have,
So
there's an event for someone who's running for county commissioner that I'd like to attend, and a ribbon cutting at Palm Beach State College.
Yeah, we-
I have to attend that night. I could do the 23rd, but I can't do the 16th. Good thing I have this calendar.
I have one too.
I have 3.
See
I didn't have to dig through my purse.
that?
Wow. Wow.
Can everybody do the 23rd?
What do we do
Oh.
about the third Tuesday?
but-
Well,
We just,
we're-
With Marge, why are we trying to get?
Okay, well, I can't be here on
Well,
the 16th. so-
Tuesday, the 16th, there's a P and Z meeting anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Just look at my calendar.
You want to start it in October?
Starting in October instead of doing it a week later, okay?
because we're looking at.
So October, what,
Well, that's still, there's P and Z is the third Tuesday of the month,
We're going to be.
or third Tuesday of the month, sorry.
We are going to be talking to them about moving their meeting to another date because it does potentially conflicted with
With our second
your
meeting.
second meeting, and now it is definitely going to conflict with your meetings.
So
So
can we do the 16th then after all? Is that what?
no, because the
Okay.
16th is
Okay.
when we're going to go to them and say, hey,
Okay, so
how about other dates?
then we'll do October 20th as our first one.
Oktoberfest.
It's pretty far off, but okay.
It's the best I
We all
got.
need to recover from the budgeting stuff.
This,
Yeah.
we're still not done, right?
And we're not done yet.
We just spent 3 days.
So we'll do the
together.
21st, October 21st, because September, they're gonna give them a
I mean,
move. October
21st.
21st.
At 6
Tuesday.
o'clock.
On October 21st, 6 o'clock, informal. Council, and you said the 7th is our regular meeting.
Yes.
And you'll send out a calendar invite for that?
Think about it.
And Tom
Only
will
if you guys
send
hit
that to
accept.
us?
Only with pumpkins and fall leaves on it.
Okay, are you done now
No.
with all your bright ideas? Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So the next one is Manish. He left. I wanted to apologize again for cutting him off, right?
Right.
And I'm very passionate like he is. And I always have something more to say, just like he does. And that's why I'm never the chair of a committee. If you notice, I never want to be a chair. I never want to be the mayor, because I'm too opinionated and you're not supposed to dominate the meetings, right? And I have a tendency to do that sometimes, even though I'm reminded you have 2 ears and 1 mouth because you're supposed to listen more than you talk, right? I'm trying to remind myself of that, and when people get up and they say, it's off subject from that. People get up and say that, that council didn't hear us or they didn't, they're not listening to us. We hear you. Just because we didn't vote exactly how you want doesn't mean we didn't hear you. And this is all about compromising, right? You see us up here compromising all the time. And it's trying to get the best of everything. It's trying to satisfy people. I got text message last night. You should have went to 250 an acre because I want my road graded. I don't want my road graded less. That's what we have to contend with, right? So it's about trying to please everybody and represent everybody, not just our personal desires. So we're here to represent you, not just you. It's here to represent everybody. And you got to remember, it's not just your opinion. It's everybody's opinion that we're trying to satisfy. Thank you.
Okay, next on the list is Council Member El Reyne.
Quick question, I hope, for Mr. Gallant on the her homework that they're doing. I know we've all gotten lots of calls on it. One of the questions was the material that they're using that, and forgive me, I don't know the process of how to build a culvert bridge, but I know there's the pipe and then the dirt that goes all around that to form basically the bridge. And then they just put the concrete sacks around it. So something, I guess, that's going inside there, it has like construction debris and stuff like that. So could you speak to that? And then also, do they, when they start a job, is their contract got a deadline that they have to finish by?
So we actually talked about that today. They,
Timely.
right? They are, we're having a few issues with them. The work they did on 25th and Folsom, like you said, there is, looks like some type of debris. It's in the dirt. They have been told since the day they started here not to bring that stuff here. But it's hard for us to dictate means and methods. They claim they're only using it to block the canals and it'll all be removed. But as you go to 25th and Folsom, you can still see some of it still there. They're over on Bunny Lane right now. And the issue we're having with Bunny Lane is they decided to put the culvert 15 foot north of where it's supposed to actually be. And so I have told them in 5 separate emails and 2 or 3 different phone calls, and Craig's told them as well, you're not getting paid for that. And they just kept working. Like the day they set the culvert, I said, that's not where it's supposed to be. And they just kept working. And we're like, you're not getting paid for this. And they just kept, no, they just, I don't understand what and actually, like I said, Jeff and I talked about it today, and we're going to set a meeting with their owner, not the project manager. We want the owner here to meet with them because, my fear is the guy they have running the job. I don't think he knows what he's doing. He's almost admitted as much. Dewatering, for example, he's got the dewatering tubes like drawing out of your wells. I mean, like he's got them too far down in the ground. And I'm like, we've told him half a dozen times, the reason why you can't get this hole dry is because you have the things too deep in the ground. And he just goes, it's like one in one ear and out the other.
So we're going to try to address the issues.
So we're going to try to address the issues, but I've had the same concern with that dirt, and they claim they're only using it for the block the canal, because they obviously have to block the canals, and they don't want to use number 2 dirt that's, they claim that it's clean.
I keep getting pictures sent to me.
Oh, yeah, same here.
It looks like trash.
We would
it
require
does.
a private citizen to not use that kind of material, right?
It's supposed to be temporary. That's the thing. It's all supposed to get removed.
Right.
And what's happening, like I said, now, one thing I can say is that Bunny, they did not use that. They did use it to block the canal, but they did
not in
not
the
use it
construction.
in the actual construction, although
That's
the
in the
culvert's
wrong
off by
place.
15 feet.
So.
But that's a whole nother, because part of that project, and I know why they did it. They didn't want to replace the culvert across D, because part of that particular job at Bunny was they're supposed to replace the culvert across D Road. So that way that opening on Bunny is the full 40 feet. And, and they're going to have the same problem when they get over here to Cary. When they get to Cary, they're going to have to replace both culverts across F. And I don't know why. And that's just my hypothesis, because they have been very difficult to communicate with.
That's a lot more information, but thank you.
Yeah. So
And-
I just want to be
We are gonna be
transparent.
trying to address.
We're going to try to address all these issues. And like I said, I've told them in 5 separate
Calling,
emails.
please hear.
Yeah.
Right.
I've told them in 5 separate emails to their president, the project manager, and all their other people that work there, you're not getting paid for this. So y'all keep going if you want, but you're not getting paid for it. And if we have to pay to move it, you're going to pay to move it, because we're not going to pay to move it.
Okay. And then from the time I was on council previously and to now, I've only signed checks once, but I also understand that we're doing electronic fund transfers. So I know the checks require 2 signatures. What's the process for council approval oversight on EFTs, if there is one? What is that? How does that happen?
Right now, there is not an oversight on EFTs.
Okay, but don't we have
Correct.
2 signatures on checks as part of the council oversight of spending?
You have 2 signatures on checks, but
But shouldn't there be a warrant on EFTs or something of that nature?
there is not. We can look into whether or not there should be.
That might have helped prevent the 140,000 that was.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah,
But I thought a council member signed off on that with my understanding.
Yes.
Right. So did it used to be they get signed off and now they don't?
No, that's a slightly different issue.
Okay.
okay. Well, yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
I agree. I think there should be
Yeah,
some kind
I
of that
think we should
oversight.
have some kind of warrant like we used to have down there. Paul.
So I'd like to thank everybody for being civil tonight. It was a great refresher from last night. You know, we like Todd said, we might not all agree, but this 5-member board is based on compromise, and you know, I tend to ask questions that I might already know the answer to, just so for edification purposes for other people. I think it's, you know, it's not an easy thing to sit up here. You know, I dare you. I've only been here a couple months, and it is a little stressful. You know, people burning up your phone and getting told all about your personal life that you know stuff like that. But I'm human. You know, so again, I just like to thank everyone for the civility. I know we're trying to push forward and we're trying to work together.
Stupid. Yes, but if you call that civil.
Well,
I'm,
you know, yeah, it was much better. I mean, you know, but I told them because somebody called me and said, "Oh, thank you so much for that." And I said, "Well, I will tell you that, you know, just because I say this person can't yell over here doesn't mean that I turn around and yell back. You know what I'm saying? It's a two-way street. Everything's a two-way street. So I think, you know, we're all adults and we can all act professionally. And whether we agree or disagree, at the end of the day, it's all about the town, right? Because I'm not up here for Paul. I'm not up here for Todd or Anita or Marge or Lisa. I'm up here for the town. Lived here since I was 2 years old, and I don't plan on going nowhere. So I want this place to be the best it can be for as long as it can be. So be patient. We're working on it. I think we get past this budget issue, get it done, and I think we're going to see some positive movement. So thank you very much. Have a good night.
Yes. Is the committee that is coming up with referendums for voting day meeting?
Charter review.
Charter review. We'll hopefully have that back to you for the September 17th meeting.
For when?
September 17th, we'll adopt a resolution,
Okay.
and then they'll move forward.
Okay. I had a discussion via text messages with a resident from Tangerine who is very concerned about the traffic coming off of Los Angeles Avenue. And I was wondering, is there any way that there can be ballards put at the end of the Los Angeles where it meets Tangerine? So that
Loxahatchee Avenue?
Loxahatchee Avenue, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause that would be a heck of a.
Yeah.
There. I'd be like,
Am I?
I'd be like, I dream of GD stuff, Marge.
All right, so at Loxahatchee Avenue where it meets Tangerine, is there any way that we can put bollards there and do not continue driving through there? The residents say that it's very dangerous for the young kids that are out there playing.
Playing on Loxahatchee Avenue?
Well,
Tangerine.
Tangerine.
More Tangerine?
Because everybody's gonna come out of the new building, come to the north and come
They
down
shouldn't.
Tangerine.
I mean,
Well,
It's gonna increase traffic on
what's
Tangerine.
happening now is that they're coming out and they're doing a right hand and going to East Citrus to get to the F Road traffic light.
light.
So, you know, they're impacting that neighborhood.
I would have to look at, it. I mean, for us to put in a simple stop sign, we have to get a traffic warrant. I don't think we can just randomly close roads.
We can put up a toll booth.
ITID didn't have an issue
Yeah.
with closing the cut through.
Yeah, ITID.
That wasn't a road.
That
sir.
wasn't road.
That wasn't a road.
That
But
wasn't
no,
a road.
we're gonna start this
Talking
debate.
about that.
The other issue would be that road that comes along Southern and it turns where the,
Valencia into Orange,
whatever the name of that street is by the couple of houses there.
say dude.
If that could be dead-ended with bollards, so that the traffic doesn't come through there. And the concern is when there's a backup on Southern Boulevard, they're using Tangerine as the cut through. So at that point, if roadblocks could be put on Tangerine so that the traffic doesn't go through there. I'm just
We're told
trying to
this.
think out of the box.
Well,
to help the
So,
neighborhood.
interesting point. Valencia technically is not in a town. It's not ours. We are having a debate right now with Southern Outdoor because they want to run their force main down Valencia. And I said, well, do you have an FDOT permit? They're like, for what? It's like Valencia is technically, when they did the right of taking to widen Southern Boulevard, they went from E Road all the way to our Loxahatchee Avenue, all the way to D Road, and drew a straight line right down the north border of Valencia. So that dirt road that we grade technically is not ours. Technically, it belongs to FDOT. It's not in the town. Orange, I mean, again, it gets back to the same thing. You can't just randomly close roads. And then, the other issue is if you close Tangerine, then they're all just going to go down a collecting canal. If there's a road issue, that's one of the things we've discussed here, internally we've discussed is anytime there's a road issue, they go down Citrus, they go down Tangerine, they go down Collecting Canal. If there's an issue between D and B, they all go down D to Collecting Canal, back down B.
But I think the biggest issue is when Southern Lawn opens, it's gonna be a free for all there.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna be crazy.
I mean,
Yeah,
we need to
you
do
had
something
that
for
increased
that
traffic
neighborhood.
before that happens. It's be a little bit proactive as I think.
That
Mark is
segment's
asking.
also on the paving plan. And I'm like, shouldn't Southern Lawn Equipment be handled?
They're paving it. They are paving.
Yeah.
That was a whole debate too.
Right, but
Yeah.
it was my understanding that their traffic wasn't supposed to impact.
It's not
The
supposed to.
neighborhood to the north.
And actually,
It's supposed to
they're
be
using,
done.
and they do have a back entrance out of there, but that's a service entrance for them. So they would theoretically go on Valencia to Orange to their own back entrance. Otherwise, you're going to if you close Valencia, you're going to put all the traffic on Tangerine to go into their own back entrance. But they're paving they're paving from Southern Boulevard to the property line of their actual back of their property, not all the way to Tangerine, but they're doing to.
That is the back of it.
No, their property, his property includes that pond.
That's what I'm saying. The back of his property
right
is
to-
Tangerine.
Oh, yeah, but he's not going to there. He's going to the driveway, back of their second driveway. So, and that was the deal. That's part of their site plan amendment, and that we went round and round with them for a while because they wanted to do the previous mayor application of asphalt on that road. And I told them absolutely not. So, yeah, they're not happy with me right now because I'm making them do it right.
Okay,
Good for you.
all right,
If
so.
you're quick, we don't have to extend. If you're not quick, we have to extend.
I have,
How much more you got?
Two more items.
Okay, talk fast.
Okay, when will the contract for the town manager be discussed? Manusha's discussion about inviting anybody that was sitting out here to apply as a manager. What does he think it is, babysitting? Come on, this takes a lot of training and preparation. This is not something that you can just walk off the street and come and do. I don't know.
Certification.
All right, the last thing is.
So do we want an answer to that question? is the town manager's contract being brought forth at the October 7th meeting?
It ends September 30th.
Is it being
I
brought
don't
forward
have
at the
a contract
17th?
back from the attorney, so,
That,
and I haven't spoken with all of you yet, so if you want it on here without me speaking to everybody, and if you want it here with out attorney comments, that's fine with me.
Do we want to put it on the 17th? And can the people who haven't had a chance to speak with Francine make that happen prior to that? Mr. Attorney, can you
Yep.
get us comments by the 17th?
I'll be happy to.
Okay, so let's put it on the 17th. There you go, Marge.
Okay, very good. All right, the last thing I have is that park that was mentioned on 22nd Road off of C.
24th.
24th.
No, it's 22nd.
Is it?
It's 22nd.
22nd.
I spent a lot of days in there cleaning up the brush. Let me tell
I
you.
get confused as 24th.
Remember, I didn't run 300 feet of pipe for you.
Yes, there's a watering station for the horses because Todd borrowed Klaus's digger and went down, what, 3
was a
feet?
lot.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, there are a lot of spoken agreements between the owner of the property behind and the culvert that he's passing over and so forth, and it needs to be documented so that, you know, the future owners of that property don't have any issues with what has been agreed. That's it.
Okay,
I agree.
thank you. All right, I have just a couple of things briefly. First of all, I would like to just acknowledge staff and all the work that you guys do on a daily. I know that a lot of times you get really beat up. And during this budgeting process, I feel like you've been really beaten up. And I just want you to know that I, as one person, and get comments from a lot of people in town, truly do appreciate the work that you guys do every single day. And I want to thank you for that. I want to talk a little bit about the school traffic, particularly the school traffic from Royal Palm Elementary and that Western Charter Academy over there on Folsom Road. It's a real problem. Largely because at Royal Palm, they don't do what they're supposed to do. People don't pull in and do the line. They pull over on the side of the road or pull over down Folsom Road. And it just creates a really dangerous situation for not just our residents, but for the children that are walking around through those cars. And then also at the Western Academy, I mean, you literally can't get, there are times of about a half hour in the morning and about an hour in the evening where you literally can't make that right turn. I mean, or make the turn off of Crestwood to try to get into Loxahatchee Groves. You just have to continue all the way through. So I'd like to know whether we can ask our lobbyists to try to do something about that, our local lobbyist, or what might be some, something's got to give, because like bad things are happening.
She's familiar.
And it's inconveniencing our
Yeah,
residents
she is
a lot.
familiar with that.
So is that something that we can have a consensus for her to do something about, to try to reach out to the powers that be and try to figure out?
Yeah.
Because I know the Western Charter has this like complex. First of all, if I was a business owner in that plaza, I would be
Well, they're
pissed
the only
because there's like,
besides Walgreens, Wendy's, and I mean, really, it's a convoluted mess. It really
right,
is.
I that's what I'm saying. That thing goes all over the place. Like, but I don't go get, I buy my gas at that 7-Eleven and I don't do it like
Right.
after 2:00. Because you literally, if I was an owner in there, I would be very unhappy, but that's neither here nor there. I'm not really worried about those business owners. I'm worried about
Yeah.
our residents that are trying to get in and out of Loxahatchee Groves through the Folsom Road ingress and egress is impossible. So can I have a consensus that we can
Don't we
ask
have a
them?
code enforcement thing for parking on the right of way?
That's the other spot. Oh,
Not on
that-
Folsom, it
The
isn't.
park on Folsom is-
They
is
park on
not-
Folsom all the time.
Yeah, they park all up and down Folsom. I mean, we could do something about that. Pretty much
not
internal
Royal
that
Palm.
way.
Wrong element.
Folsom is the,
Royal Palm Elementary.
Royal Palm Elementary.
yeah.
That's also got the world's shortest school zone.
Yeah.
I don't understand that school zone.
Right.
We're talking about the red speed camera and something, but when we're talking about the red speed camera, originally we were gonna do Loxahatchee Groves and Royal Palm Beach Elementary, then we found out the schools on Royal Palm Beach Elementary is like 30 feet north or east and west of the traffic.
Right.
I'm like.
You know-
these
you
kids
know
are walking
why-
Down Folsom to.
Yeah,
it's
very dangerous for the children. I'm definitely worried about the children.
Do you know why the traffic lines up the way they do? Because the council that was seated here when that school was built wouldn't allow them to go in and come out across our Folsom Canal and then come back down Folsom
Well, I'm
Road
okay with that
to
too. They
Okeechobee.
should go in and out of their light.
Yeah, they have a
Well,
light.
they are going in and out of their light now, but they.
No,
wanted
they're
to go
not. They
across-
don't even make an attempt to go in there
They
and have a
park
pickup.
all
They park all
But
on
they-
our.
they don't all
Okeechobee.
Fit in there. is the
If the
problem.
school board wants to do that, they can put a roundabout for us, right? And we'll let them come across
go.
Folsom.
There you go.
Long arm.
There you go.
That's not a bad
I
idea.
can tell you, though, it's not just, well, I've gone to Wellington in the morning, try driving to Wellington.
Well, I don't care about them. I care about my, sorry, no offense, but I care about my residents trying to get in and out of town and being inconvenienced. And I care about children being squashed in our town. So
Amen.
those are the only.
Oblivious.
Yes. No offense, Wellington, but they can worry about their own thing. But thank you for bringing that up. So anyhow, do I have consensus that we can ask them to look into any possible solutions, including strong arming a roundabout out of it? I'm when they come up with. But yes, okay,
yes,
consensus, yeah, okay, all right, great. So let's do that, Francine, because I know you direct them. And with that, I would like a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We did it, guys.
Hey, Todd, have you accepted the invite?
Is it there?
Yeah.